Hello, 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 Twitch chat. I'm back to the stream. Oh, see. And for a dungeon? Yes, it was. Orkor Zormor. Woklamat has undertaken a feat of proof and challenge. A challenge which has you seeking the whereabouts of the Elector, High Luminary Gurfurler. The search immerses you in the culture and the history of Yokye, and ultimately leads your party to the foot of the sacred peak Workor Zormor. The Elector, you are told, awaits you at the summit, but simply scaling the soaring mountain and surviving the mountain's denizens will be a feat of itself. Well, let's go. There is the queue. 7 minutes have elapsed? Does that mean I missed the first boss? Damn. Kind of forgot I had that setting on, and I'll definitely be turning that off. Probably redoing this dungeon. to actually find you there. Hello, Lom.
Elector of the Dawn Servant, prepare to be tested. Prove you are worthy to rule. Chronicles of it. Return the hunger of roiling waters. Chronicles of it. Recount the fury of erupting beasts. I will take the measure of your resolve. Implacable strength of the mountain, be mine!
Ah, they are forced to be one into. Got it.
Spirit of my brethren, your thunder roars!
I guess if he gets too many, that raid wipe just kills you outside.
For my fury. Chronicles of it. Recall the cruelty of merciless storms.
There we go. Very nice dungeon so far. Unfortunately, I missed the first half, so I'm definitely going to re-queue and make sure to remember to turn off the setting to join a duty in progress.
Once more, I name myself Gurfulur, High Luminary to my people, and chosen Elector of the Dawn Servant.
You are much bigger than the others in the village.
All Yokui were once my equal in size, but ever since we were decimated by disease, it is rare to see a child reach our former stature.
You speak of the contagion which afflicted the Shaktural expedition, the one recorded in your murals.
It is a chapter of our history that is entangled with the legend of the Golden City.
I've heard that legend originated with the Yokui. Is this true?
With the visions our ancestors had, to be precise. Preceding the campaign into Shaktural, many were visited by dreams of glittering splendor. They described a paradise that knew neither war nor famine, where people lived lives of eternal happiness. A single dreamer might have been dismissed, but when dozens, if not hundreds, spoke the same, the luminaries became convinced it was divine revelation.
Then the expedition.
Sorry if that was loud stream. I did not have enough time to mute.
Its purpose was to find the City of Gold. Yes, help was marshaled from all the territories under our control. Lands were scoured on a massive scale.
Ah, little wonder the legend is so similar across Tural. Those involved with the search would have passed the stories down to their children.
Another claimant, I see. I will test your worth, as I have tested those who came before you.
Here and now, I think he means.
Well fought, second promise. For you and your sister's success in performing the feat of proof. You both shall be rewarded.
Three to go.
How glorious it would have been to race thee and thine to the summit. Though mayhap not whilst being hounded by Bakul Jaja and his minions.
Again, that swine shows his disdain for the right.
Strangely, despite his eagerness to antagonize us, he withdrew as soon as we fought back in earnest. I cannot fathom what he was trying to achieve. On a similar note, I'm also curious as to why you chose the peak of Warkor Zormor for the conclusion of this feat. The earlier stages saw us learn the history of the Yokui. Does this location also hold some special meaning for your people?
Yes, it is a place of great significance.
All these monuments. Is this a burial ground?
Every high luminary before me is enshrined in this earth. Alongside them are the heroes who bravely stood their ground when Valigarmanda brought ruin to Urkopacha 8 decades past.
That explains why there are so many.
Zorolja, I should have known you'd arrive here first.
Third promise. How relieved I am to find you in good health.
Zorolja, you bastard! I should...
Remember where you are. You will mind your conduct, or you will leave.
Right. Sorry.
I see no reason to delay further. Show me my father's sepulchre.
Papa has a grave?
Gonna say that's weird, but then I realized that they actually like make their own graves to make sure that people like they're preserved in memory even before they die.
Upon this monument are inscribed the names of those who sealed away the monstrous Valigarmanda, your fathers included.
Gulul Jaja, Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace.
Look at this one. Kettenram, Navigator of Uncharted Oceans.
Kettenrun? The Lamintan explorer? Does this mean he joined Galul Jaja on his travels?
Kafkiwa, Seeker of the Unknown. How strange to see your name here.
It was unheard of to build living sepulchres for those who were not Yokui. But their great deed demanded recognition.
Master of Resolve and Reason, Champion of Peace? Papa really did some amazing things.
He carved his path with martial skill.
Yet it was clever thinking which allowed him to trap Valigarmanda within its own ice magics.
Martial skill and clever thinking. I can't compete with Zorolja's mastery of the Head of Resolve's techniques. And when it comes to knowledge, Kona's the one who most takes after the Head of Reason. Is there anything that I've gotten from Papa? Something I do better than the others?
Being cute.
Of course. Papa's love for peace, for his people. That is what he's given me. And I'm fighting to preserve the peaceful Tural he built.
That's slightly concerning.
What in the hells was that?
Is Valigarmanda gotten
We
loose?
must return to Warlar's Echo immediately. Valigarmanda has broken free.
Uh-oh.
I presume that was about the unholy sound?
That would make sense.
Valigarmanda is free.
We need to get back there. Now!
How fortuitous. We have been gifted an opportunity to outpace our rivals.
Okay, step 1. Do that. Disable join in progress. Let's do the dungeon again, this time from the start. Got a new trait, didn't I? Melee mastery. This is increased potency, and I think that's reduction to rampart. Let's see the cutscene again. Aww. Those are very cute creatures. Already had it on. Vision, increase HP recovery. Okay. Did I see that right? Did Shadow Vigil really only heal me for 3k? That doesn't seem quite right. It's adorable. Interesting, I think. Interesting that they do that already for the very first one. Would expect like such a like, change to a mechanic to usually happen like when it happens the second time. I'm not complaining. Nice. Now is he gonna do the same thing again? Yes, he is. I like that. Our black mage is not having a good day. Okay. This should be the safe part? Yeah, wait, I'll take this one. This is first boss. This is kind of like almost unexpected levels of difficulty. Like, I'm not complaining. Okay, that was effective magical raid, right? Nice. Oh, that's nice. Dark Missionary lasted just long enough for both. 57k per Shadow Vigil. Okay, that seems more like what I was expecting of it. That's nice. That's like Opera House? Slightly less. But a very nice amount of healing. It's just that Rampart's increase and the increase in that makes me a little bit concerned for what we're gonna get hit with as tanks. Okay, wins unbound is just a raid wide as expected. Oh, it leaves the shards behind. I didn't notice those last time. Okay, well, if that's what you want to do, I would heavily advise against it, but... Is that the better way around of last time? Reprise of the raid one. Need to stop pressing my gap closer because it doesn't do damage. No, that is different. I'm liking the complexity, I think is the correct word, complexity of these bosses so far in the dungeons. They're not like, oh, I'm gonna fall asleep easy. They're also not like extremely brutal. Unless obviously you stand in the wrong place, but that's kind of how I guess it's supposed to be, but it's... yeah. A good level of complicated. I like that you can basically use Shadowed Vigil as a on-demand massive heal if absolutely necessary.
Elector of the Dawn Servant, prepare to be tested. Prove you are worthy to rule.
Those are pretty.
Chronicles of air. Retell the hunger of roiling waters. Chronicles of air. Recount the fury of erupting beings.
Sure if that ablation was on time, but at the very least it caught her.
Implacable strength of the mountain. Be mine.
Okay, now to turn those settings back on. Not flying here. Southeast. Can you even get there? Guess there's only one way to find out. Guessing it's up there. Let's try that, having reduced the graphic settings a little bit. Maybe that will help my frames. It is. Really far northwest. I'm suspecting this zone level of northwest. Let's see. Nope, that's even worse. Well, let's just go on an adventure to see if we can find it. think I got horribly turned around with my northeast, souths, and wests. Pretty sure then it's like over there? Okay, let's go on another wander. Let's see, how much detail have they added? History and fact. No more Valika Honda in here. Never mind, they just have it locked. The other way to do it, I guess. Probably a smarter way to do it. It is easier to lock that door than to make a whole separate version of the area. Yeah, it has to be in there. Guessing we might end up going here for a quest by the looks of it. So I might be doing this trip all for nothing. But where's the fun if we don't go and do some extra exploring? There it is. Okay, let's go and talk to Elfie now. Good, you're back. There is much I would explain, but by the time I arrived to investigate the sudden surge in ether, there were already fallen giants everywhere. Right now, everyone is preoccupied with treating the wounded. Pray catch your breath and then lend a hand where you can. You may now enter workers' armor with... Yeah, okay. Locked it as a trust. An echo of madness. Elfina will enlist your aid in checking on the injured Yokwi. If you're ready, there are many injured who need aid. Should you find anyone passed out from their wounds, I ask you to alert me to them. Otherwise, I shall be tending to whomever requires the most urgent healing. We can gather here once we've seen to these people's hurts. Time to go play medic. You, the third promise's protector. Everything was bathed in bright red. A searing heat enveloped my entire body. Couldn't move. It doesn't really explain if you're currently hurt or not, but you don't lay on the floor basically dead, so I guess we'll take that as a victory. My wounds are nothing serious, but this dryness in my throat, it's as if all of the moisture has left my body. Everything burns. The touch of cloth is agony. Yet I will live. Leave me. There are others in more dire need of help. Oh, there's the alpaca keep. I've been talking to them. Yep. I've done all I can for now. The injured you found were awake and alert then? This dad is well. I'm sorry, Aston, but you're resting on my wrist, and that wrist already has issues. I can't have you do that, despite it being incredibly cute. We've left the injured as comfortable as we could. Many were suffering from burns to a greater or lesser degree. Did a fire sweep through the village? The details are unclear. Once I'd healed a giant attacked by the mountain bird, the group leader, Vorporlor, I believe they call him, bade me depart. It was then that I felt an intense wave of ether and returned to fight Vorlar's echo in this state. I rushed over to the first giant I saw. Though delirious with pain, he repeated the same warning, while the Garmanda had broken free. Thus did I contact you with all haste. Well, we're going to need more information than that before we can deal with the situation. Yes, we should speak with the temple guard and see what's become of the Skyroom prison. The High Luminary grants you entry and awaits you within.
What happened?
Oh, that ain't good.
So it's true. The ice has failed.
Surmurwar, tell them what you told me.
A short while ago, a claimant paid us a visit.
Of course it's that fucker.
Ah, a claimant.
Oh. And here we have the mighty Valigarmanda.
A terrifying Vidral. With every awakening, it has seared its ruinous name into the memories of a new generation.
What a good little terror. You've stayed napping right up until the day I needed you.
Explain yourself.
It is as they say. Kulul Jaja caused its magic to run rampant, trapping it in a frozen prison of its own creation. Clever. Clever. To unmake it, it would be quite tricky. 2 spells must be cast at the exact same moment. A conflagration intense enough to melt the ice, and awakening flame to rekindle the slumbering Vidral's soul. The only ones capable of such harmonious execution would be the heads of reason and resolve. And the blessed siblings, Bakul Jaja.
You mustn't!
But I already have. Rise and rage, little terror.
That absolute.
I might have overdone the fire a bit.
Utter madness. Why have you done this?
For the throne, of course.
You unleash calamity for your own gain? Have you any idea how many may die?
Wreak havoc, Valigarmanda. Live up to your legend.
Stab him. I wanna stab him.
A messenger to Tuli Yolol has been dispatched. The Landsguard will send a contingent, I am sure. But there is no telling when they will arrive.
Idiot! This monstrous act is a step too far, even for him.
So, what's the plan?
If we leave the Vidral to others, it will be a massacre. Some might call it the wiser choice, if I don't want to fall behind the competition. But I could never live with myself. And my supporters deserve a better ruler. So that's that. I will stay and fight Valigarmanda. This is an enemy so powerful that even my father failed to slay it. Alone, I don't stand a chance. I understand you've no obligation to aid me outside the right of succession. But for the sake of Urkopacha and its people, I beg you, join me in this battle.
Taking on enemies that have been claimed to be undefeatable? Sounds like our job.
You're as bad as Papa. Don't worry. The Sky Ruin should prove a big enough challenge for all of us.
Far be it from us to abandon a dear comrade in her time of need.
Dear comrades now, eh? I have to say, it does have a comforting ring to it.
She's so cute.
Knowing someone has your back makes it easier to do what you have to do.
And what will we do?
One committed to winning the contest above all else would race on ahead.
If you're resolved to slay Valigarmanda, we'll need to find out where the beast went.
That's what we have you for, old friend.
And she's not wrong.
Inform the Bello of the danger. They may need to flee to lower ground.
So, Arendville, any idea how we can track Valigarmanda? The tried and true method of comparing sightings with the signs of passage is the most reliable, but also the most time-consuming. There is a second option, not as reliable as the first, but if we're lucky, it will let us ascertain the Sky Ruin's whereabouts far more quickly. Though a Tyrol Vidral of extraordinary nature, Valigarmanda is still a creature of this world. Like you and me, it is thus sustained by corporal energies and possesses a unique ethereal balance, which means this device should come in handy. Floating hand? Now's not the time to be playing with toys. This is no toy, it's an Aether Seeker. As the name suggests, Gleaner uses it to detect the aether of living beings. And you've had this in your pack this whole time? You can calibrate it to follow a specific ethereal aspect. The problem with Valigarmanda, however, is that it can freely shift between the elements of fire, ice, or lightning. Well, we know that in order to awaken Valigarmanda from its icy prison, Ukul Jajas casts spell which quickens its fire aspected aether. And the residents here were uniformly afflicted by burns. Therefore, the logical conclusion is that, upon breaking free, Valigarmanda unleashed a great fiery blast. Then the choice is plain: fire. The Seeker, however, is not without its faults. As we were not able to input our query's unique ethereal signature in advance, the device will respond to any living source of fire-aspected aether. So we have the reliable yet slow method of information gathering versus the potentially swift but easily misled Gleaner tool. I say, why not pursue both methods at the same time? Good idea. We'll have the first to fall back on if the second fails. You travel with me then, Lucy, in case the Seeker leads me to some other fiery fiend. Then the rest of us will stay behind and talk to eyewitnesses. The more Sky Ruin sightings we can compare, the more accurate our information will be. If no one has an objection, I shall remain here in the village and tend to the Hawk Queue. Very few are seriously injured, but I'm wary of wounds inflicted by a creature like Valigarmanda. I would like to be close at hand should their condition suddenly worsen. Right, it sounds like we all have work to do. We should be on our way as well. Pointing the way, Arendville is ready to send his aether-seeking device in pursuit of Valigarmanda. We'll head to the outskirts of the village first, then set the Seeker to detect fire-aspected aether. Right, the Seeker is ready to go. Orlar's Echo is still suffused with the Skyrune's residual ether, so I've excluded it from the search area to prevent it from swamping the sensors. Let's begin tracking, shall we? Once you choose to depart, Aaron will accompany you. The Aether Seeker will then begin leading you onwards. Follow the Aether Seeker to its destination without falling behind. If you leave or lose sight, you may return. Okay. Affirmative, tracking nearest source of fire aspected aether. Gonna point to that, isn't it? Beep. Source of fire aspected aether located. Tracking disengaged. Not quite the legendary creature we were after. Would you mind dealing with the fire sprite? I'll continue to confuse the Seeker. It will continue to confuse the Seeker if we leave it be. Dealt with. A necessary measure, I'm afraid. Let's try this again. Affirmative. Tracking nearest source of fire aspected aether. Deep source of fire aspected aether located. Tracking disengaged. Frightening enough, but again, not what we're looking for. If you would be so kind. My thanks. I'd ask if it gave you any trouble, but considering who I'm talking to, nah. Seeker, resume tracking, and do try to point out something useful this time. Affirmative, resuming tracking. Go away. Thank you. Source of fire aspected aether located. Tracking disengaged. Another remnant of Valigarmanda's last rampage. The created flame registered to the Seeker as Corporal Aether. Corporeal, not corporal. Corporal is a military rank. In the words of Talijalal's saga, when Valigarmanda rages out of control, its fire burns forever. Its ice does not thaw, and its lightning crackles without cease. Thus was the Dawn Servant able to turn the Sky Ruin's perpetual magic against itself, trapping it within an unmelting prison of ice. This is no mundane fire, but some kind of everlasting sorcery. Once again, it's a strange feeling to see fanciful poetry proven true. The important thing is that the fire was classified as living aether. We can feed a sample into the Seeker and greatly improve its accuracy. One moment. Hi, Aston. Hey. Hey. What is it? Huh? Here, there. Now the Seeker should ignore any etherical signatures, any etherical signature but Valigarmanda's. Had I realized this was possible from the start, then you wouldn't need to have fought those creatures at all. Aston hair in my mouth. There we go. My apologies. It seems I still have much to learn from this journey, as a gleaner and as a guide. The Sky Ruin. Arenville is ready to resume tracking Valigarmanda. This time, the Seeker should be attracted solely to Valigarmanda's aether. Resume tracking based on the lifeless sample. Affirmative. Resuming tracking. Beep. Sample aetherical signature detected. Engaging accelerated pursuit mode. Go away, you stupid tree. Thank you. Hello, Vonnie. Good. The Seeker has drawn directly to the Skyrune's fire. Now we know we've set the correct parameters for its aetherical aspect. I'll try to increase the threshold for aetherical concentration. That should direct us to the Turil Vidral himself. Recalibrating sensors, resuming tracking. Yep, I was correct. At this place we'll be heading to is basically the exact place where the Aether Current was, is where we'll now be heading for a quest. Tank. Tanks needed for everything. This road will lead there. Good. Speaking of Aston, give me a second. And there he is. Laying there. A floof. He is very cute, yes. I think we noticed if Aligarmanda was inside the passage. Let's head through to the other side. Oh really? We would notice, you think? Yeah, thank you, Vanny. Enjoy the MSQ yourself, and thank you for just watching, even if it is just in the background. It has turned into a microwave. It's going beam, and spinning in circles.
Could Valigarmanda have shifted its elemental aspect? It does have 3 to choose from, after all. In any case, I'm almost certain the Vidral was headed in the direction of Warkor Lardor. We should let the others know we have a likely location.
Alphino is assisting the Yokhoi with their evacuation. He thought they could use a healing hand with the injured.
So where is Valigarmanda?
Vorkor Lardur. Its stratified layers contain a wealth of crystals, said to be the source of its many-colored glow. After 80 years of imprisonment, the Vitral will be in dire need of sustenance. It would have been drawn to the mountain's energies.
So Valigarmanda seeks to replenish its ether.
Then we'd better not give it the chance.
Stop!
That mountain is sacred.
Oops.
Sorry, It is not our intention to trespass. But you must understand, that's where Valigarmanda has gone. If we don't slay it now, it will slaughter countless innocents. Just like in the old days, I beg you, permit us to enter.
Out of the question. Your band is incapable of defeating Valigarmanda. Either you seek to defile Vorkor Lardur, or you are fools.
Stay on the desk. Stay on the desk. Stay on the desk. Stay on the desk. Yes. There you go. See. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yes. There you go. There you go. There you go.
If you doubt their chances, how would you feel were we to join them? The monument to Valigarmanda's defeat bears the names of 7 heroes. With our forces combined, we also number 7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Juana, you need to learn how to count. We're 8, not 7.
Weaklings are no less doomed than 4.
Zoralcha, you've come to help as well.
Against my sound advice. While the rest of you were tussling with this sky ruin, we might have secured an insurmountable lead. A minor delay. It will not change the contest's outcome. I would take the measure of this Tural Vitral my father was unable to kill.
And also, if it was to be a fair competition, like, if everyone just ignored it, it would have the same outcome as if everyone were to work together.
With both my brothers here, this battle is all but won.
Your celebration is premature.
Sir, no! We do not bear arms against our own people!
What an odd thing to say. As I recall, the inhabitants of Chirwagur Sultan do not consider themselves members of the Tuliyolal nation. I'd hardly call them our own people.
What does that matter? Members or not, everyone in Tural is part of our dream for peace. If you would hurt them, then you'll have to go through me.
She saved me from the mountain bird. Now, then, the same eyes. Eyes of stone. Words of stone.
We are still in her debt. This is true. Consider the debt repaid. But do not misunderstand. We do not submit to Tuliolan rule.
Aye, you've made your point. We can talk more once the contest is over.
I ask your name.
Wuklamat, protector of peace, and soon-to-be Dawn servant.
Even people with wildly different ideals can find understanding through earnest discussion. I believe that, wholeheartedly.
As do I. I won't give up until we reach a compromise.
Assuming you survive, my old bones and I will be waiting here for the true heir's return.
Your thoughts have always been a mystery to me, brother. But I'm relieved to see you put aside the contest for the sake of the greater good.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is built. The more that are lost or broken, the weaker Tuliyolal becomes. Even the crudest rock has value as a stepping stone.
Come on, you two. Forget about the right of succession for now, and help me fight this overgrown snake bird.
I like all three of these guys. Like,
I don't care how strong the Sky Ruin may be. We're going to put this menace down for good.
like they're not just dicks. They all have like their own ideas, and I've proved that. Like they're well written for the characters they're supposed to be already. I feel. So, whilst I maybe not agree with them, I like them as the characters that they're supposed to be. That's a trial, isn't it? Are we gonna fight Wally Garmanda now? As to the support, you have the opportunity to exercise some of the allies' roles will differ from those you're normally able to select. Ooh. You can do the trials with NPCs? Might want to do that then, because it's not something you can often do. Sure, let's do it with NPCs. It was not the soundtrack I was expecting. I approve, though. Fire proximity, wind in. This should be under in. Yes. I'm guessing that's a line through the middle. Oh, no, it's a cleave. It's a cleave. Okay. Make a cone. Let's say away. Okay, just growing vines. Okay, now we're going to lightning thing. So I guess we want to be hovering for this? Yes, okay. Oh. Sorry, Thancred. The tank buster goes off first. Got it. here, Walking Dead. Shit. Ow. So, why do we have a permanent dot? A supposedly increasing dot. Oh no, it's not increasing, it's the increased damage taken. What is it called? Perpetual conflagration. Over here? Yes. This is a case of like we want to be... Oh, we don't want to be up. Because lightning strikes the highest points. That is why you can also be down. If this is the kind of trials we're gonna be getting, I am looking forward to it. This is a really nice trial already. Looking forward to what more we can get.
We did it. We slew Valiarmanda. A feat that even the great Kulul Chacha couldn't manage. For you, Papa!
There's no denying it was an impressive achievement, but...
But it would be so quick to claim your outdone father.
Had we faced it in its prime, we wouldn't have fared a fraction as well.
How can you say that? 80 years couldn't have made that much of a difference. Could it? Oh, who am I kidding? Papa's still the best. You're right about that. Just need a few more battles like this one under my belt.
The Sky Ruin lies dead, and still, I've yet to prove myself the miracle.
Well, I suppose we should head back and join Erenville.
We did leave him with only Sarelja for company.
Okay, so I feel like my thoughts are valid to add at this point of the trial. I am scared of the EX. If in normal we already get a persistent dot that lasts for half the fight, and we then also get dots that are on top of that whenever all of the phase changes happens, is a little bit scary of a prospect, to say the least. But like I really like the environmental changes, and like the mechanics just seem fun. Like it's about what I would want out of a normal trial, that's for sure. I like the slight punishment of that you don't get vulns but you get the concussion instead. I also may or may not have murdered Thancred, but that's slightly beyond the point. But yeah, overall, very, very strong start when it comes to trials, I would say. Anyway. Your proud expression bespeaks a successful hunt. Not that I'm surprised in the least. Zralja came back earlier, but left almost immediately with Sariel Jaw in tow. He seemed disinclined to share in any victory celebrations. That's nothing unusual for Zoraldia. No, it's Bakul Jaja that concerns me. Probably far ahead of us, making the most of the mayhem he caused. I still can't believe he did something so evil just to slow us down. If we hadn't slain Valigarmanda, it wasn't only Urkopacha at risk, there would have been deaths across the entire continent. I'm more certain than ever that Bakul Jaja cannot be allowed to rule. I have to catch him and take back my keystone. 95. Nothing new, right? No, 96 is when I get my new thing. Hans Delirium. Oh, I get Scarlet Delirium, come up and Sword Cleaver and Impalement then. Can I use? Yes. So this will change then. Violet will upgrade. Now, I'm looking forward to seeing what that will be. The Feet of Ice. Tancred would suggest sharing the news of your victory. The Yokyu must still be anxious, wondering where and when Valigarmanda will strike next. I suggest we hurry back and allay their fears. Elpino as well, I should think. Yes, you're right. We shouldn't let them worry another moment. Before we do anything else, we should talk to Gurfurler.
To the temple, then.
That won't be necessary, heroes of the hour. Valigarmanda is no more. Yours is a victory worthy of song.
We had plans for a second feat to be conducted here in town. But the recklessness of your fellow claimant has rendered them pointless.
A second feat?
The Feet of Ice. You are to fortify Valigarmanda's prison. How shall we proceed, High Luminary?
What more would we test, Zurmurwer? They have defeated the Sky Ruin and saved the gods know how many lives. If they are not worthy heirs to Kulul Jaja, then no one is. Now that our last claimant has arrived, we can proceed with the formalities. For the skill and bravery the three of you have shown, I award you each a second keystone.
That makes 5. Only 2 left to collect.
Except that one of those 5 is in Bakul Jaja's thieving hands. He will answer for that. And for losing Valyarmanda.
You have brought lasting tranquility to our home and earned the gratitude of every Yokui. May glory and prosperity continue to bless Tuliolol as we enter this new age.
Was never much of a talker, our brother. If you're up for it, you should visit the capital. I'd like everyone to get to know you and your people better.
I'll consider it. If it's one of you two who claims the throne.
Then you need only await a missive from Sunperch. I'll be sending out invitations.
Today is a day for unusual visitors.
You woke Lamat, was it not? I doubted you could slay Valyarmanda, but the quiet skies proclaim your triumph. Had the Vidral been suffered to roam free, it would have terrorized us all. Once again, we find ourselves in your debt.
You owe us nothing. We fought because we wanted to.
Yet a debt has been incurred. All the same, it will haunt me if I do not repay it.
I wouldn't even know what to ask for.
Perhaps he can tell us about the dreams of the Golden City.
Oh, good idea! That was on my list of questions I wanted to ask.
The Golden Dreams. Yes, we have records of our forebears and their visions from the time before the Shaktural expedition.
What did your forebears see?
A heavenly land, suffused with a golden glow. Its people lived as gods, never aging, never dying, free from hardship and conflict. Every building was a palace, and in their midst reigned a silent goddess, a statue so tall even my kin would need lift their gaze to behold its visage.
A statue of a goddess. That's new.
Aye, and compared to the abstract imagery we'd previously heard, this was a detailed description.
The dreamers were consumed by their visions, compelled to seek out the paradise they'd been shown. They journeyed to Shaktural, where they died in droves.
Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. The tales Book Evu shared may have been rooted in historical fact.
our ancestors left the forest, there were no more.
The forest? What do you mean?
From the very first, the visions were set to visit only those who worked the quarries in Yaktel. But after they were ravaged by disease and saw fewer newborns, they were forced to abandon that territory. Once our people's withdrawal to Urkopacha was complete, we never again dreamed of the Golden City.
So only Yokhui in that one specific area experienced the visions. Fascinating.
Well, we're headed to Yaktel next. Maybe we'll find out more when we get there. Thank you for sharing your stories with us.
I do not require gratitude. I merely repaid a debt. Farewell, Wook Lamat. I do not think our paths will cross again.
I don't think Porlor and his brethren will have a sudden change of heart about Tuli Jalal. But that doesn't mean they'll never change at all. Today is proof of that. Side quest for flying. Sorry, Aaronville. I'll be back soon. That should be the last thing I need for flying. Yes. Our hodler is eager to lighten things up around here. Hail, visitor. Care to partake in one of our customary rituals? Fret not, for your part to be played is a simple one. You see, the illuminations here in Varlock's The illuminations here in Warlord's Echo make use of glowstones. We gotta go to the Nether. A rare and precious mineral found only through mining. On occasions, we offer up prayers in the hope that her light remains strong and bright. First, I would ask you to raise a hand to the saltwater jar and pray for light everlasting. Strange as it may seem, I assure you it's a necessary step in our ritual. Now, great warrior, slayer of Valigermanda, open your heart and focus. It appears your feelings were heard loud and clear. Let us proceed to the next step. Now that the saltwater has received of your prayers, you need merely sprinkle it upon the glowstones scattered around the village and the ritual will be complete. Hi, Aston. Can you stop opening and closing the chat? I should hand in my book to get Pictomancer EXP before the next week comes. I think of it. Should do that now whilst I have my quest at this place so I can easily teleport to my quest. I'll do it after the two side quests. I see you have successfully completed a ritual, and for that you have my thanks. Likewise, my fellow Yokyu will be glad to know that an outsider has shared in our culture. When mining the peak for glowstone, you occasionally discover shellfish fossils. Some have wondered if perhaps this tall mountain was once submerged beneath the waves many long lifetimes ago. The stone's radiance is a reflection of their joy, shining all the brighter when offered water that smells of the sea, or so the story goes. Thus was our tradition born. Knowing that this is the will of a great warrior that now illuminates our humble village, our spirits are sure to be lighter than ever. Suffice to say, we are fortunate indeed that you were willing to join our prayers with an open heart. May the light of the glowstone ever guide your step. Nice. I like that. Just a nice little way to like be like, hey, this is what we do and this is why. Murfurler regards you with a mixture of reverence and uncertainty. Great and mighty Lucy, I've heard tales of your victory over Valigarmanda. You protected our lands, and for that I, Murfurler, express my deepest gratitude. I wish only that I could have seen the battle with my own eyes. As a warrior of your cure, I cannot fathom how one of your diminutive stature laid low that fearsome sky ruin. Thus do I ask that you would demonstrate your martial prowess. I thank you for this honor. Of late, hulking monsters have been sighted south of the Shades of Grief, endangering all who travel along the road. I bid you, snuff out this threat, that I might see for myself how you subdue your foes. I shall go there now. Join me when you are prepared. Glad I am to see you did not lose your way. As for this one, it made the mistake of picking a fight with me. There was another, but unlike its comrade, it had a good sense to flee. Not far, however. It stalks us from the shadows, yet thirsting for blood. These beasts are formidable indeed, possessing strength equal to their keen senses. I would have you hunt down the one that remains. Follow its track to the southwest. Doubtlessly it will reveal itself to what it will see as a smaller, less challenging foe. Impressive, Lucy. Not only did you, not once did you falter before the towering Hualapan. Quick to react and adept you were indeed. Yes, I have seen all that I needed to see. Now that that threat is no more, let us return to Vorlar's Echo. If I need to go there anyway, I might as well already teleport to the book. Do I do it on Picto or do I do it on one of the alt jobs I want to level up anyway? I'm gonna do it for the alt jobs for now. Okay. Now that I got more tombstones, let's also take a detour to Radsatan for some relics. I have so many weapons. Like, way too many even. Let's see. I would guess just get more complimentary. Next up is Ren Mage. So, let's see. I should have a Red Mage relic on hand still, somewhere. Or did I put it away after I deleted its display set? Yes. Pretty sure it's on my container here. There it is. Okay. Aston, get off the keyboard. I do like this relic, it's very pretty. Aston, you're on the keyboard with your paws. Nope, I don't need to create, I want to enhance. Yes. The Red Mage. Like that. Pretty. How much XP did I get on 8th of March? Oh, okay. It is basically exactly 50%. Nice. Okay. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Also, ad break. The ad break button worked. Yes. And should be over, I think. So let's continue. This has been an enlightening experience for me. Not often am I granted the chance to witness a warrior whose skill far surpasses my own. For years I served as guardian of Cariosar the Gracious, watching over the seal placed upon Vali Garmanda. I would have aided in the Astan. I would have aided in the feat of Ice 2 had the Skyru not rendered our plans meaningless. At times, it was all we could do to shield the frozen Vidral from swarms upon swarms of beasts, but now that Vala Garmanda has been laid low, we Guardians have nothing left to guard. Of course, this is cause for celebration. Urkopacha, nay, all of Tural need no longer fear the Sky Rune's destruction, and yet, a part of me felt otherwise. Deprived of purpose, I relinquished my position. Bakul Jaja has a lot to answer for. No one else is to blame for my feelings of inadequacy. It is something I must work to overcome. At any rate, I thought seeing you in action might move me to seek my next passion, or at the very least provide inspiration for a new combat technique. But, given your graceful air, I remain skeptic until I observed your power firsthand. It would also be remiss not to praise your economy of movement, always thinking ahead, looking for the shortest route to victory. Which calling has led you to develop such commendable skills? Ah, so you're an adventurer. Does that mean your life's purpose is the pursuit of adventure? How intriguing. Alas, much as I would love to hear your many tales, I will not keep you. When next you have a moment, however, I would be my honor to speak with you at length. For Capacha, A for currents. Do we now have flying here? Whee. Where is Aaronville? There he is. Aaronville would propose a course of action. I think it's time we return to Tulid Yolal. After scaling Tural's tallest mountain and battling a legendary beast to death, even dauntless heroes like you should probably use a rest. In any case, there are preparations to be made before you can visit the next destination laid out in the saga. The respite would be most welcome. I believe I heard that for Ard cabin is calling a name. I still can't believe we've only been to 2 zones. Like, that is mad. It doesn't feel that way. Rest well, everyone. We can meet back here later on. I have a small errand to run in the city, so I'll leave you to recover. Will you be heading to the palace, Wuklamat? Wuklamat, did you hear me? Lost in her own little world, it seems. Well, no matter, I'll be back soon enough. An attendant is standing by to unlock your cabin. Enjoy your stay. Welcome back, Mistress Rhoda. Your cabin is just as you left it, minus a light layer of dust. Oh,
You have a moment?
of course. What's the matter, Wuklamat?
There's something I wanted to talk to you about. So,
Go on. What's the matter? Aww.
It's just too stuffy in here, that's what. We should go outside. Aye, a nice walk in the fresh air. That's what we need.
Sorry to drag you away from your nice, comfortable cabin, but I could feel the walls closing in. Oh, I know. I take you one of my favorite places in Tuli Jalal. That should help me get my thoughts in order. We'll go to the Resplendent Quarter and make our way up from there. Shiwa, what are you doing up and about? Is your back feeling better? It's much healed now, so don't make a fuss. Besides, I can't be lounging in bed all day when you're out there fighting your hardest to win the throne. You're the claimant with the greatest love for peace. I love this nation of ours, and lending you my support is the least I can do. When I see you smile like that, how can I not be encouraged? Oh, there's plenty more who believe in your cause. I can recruit a whole battalion of smiling faces if you think it will help. Yours alone is more than enough. Thank you, Peshiwa. And thank you, Third Promise. I shall pray for your success in the contest. All those smiling faces. Ah, sorry, Lissy. I'm getting distracted. It's just that with the progress we've made in the contest, even these everyday encounters feel that much more special. Do you think we can take our time and maybe wander around a little first? Then we can head to the spot I was thinking of.
This is much better. I used to come here all the time when I was little. Would look out over the whole city, and whatever worries I had would seem so small. Do you remember what I said at the top of Warkor Zormor? That I would fight to preserve Papa's peaceful Tural? Well, I've been thinking a lot since then. About what peace really means. If it's just the absence of war. And it brought to mind all the best parts of our journey so far. I realize nothing gives me greater joy than the happiness of others. Life has its ups and downs, but the company of family and friends and the music of their laughter is what makes it worth living. And as silly as it might sound, I've come to believe that those smiling faces are the best measure of peace. Really, I feel proud somehow. It's an answer I arrived at by trying to be true to myself. That you think I succeeded, it means a lot. So, this is my plan. When I become Dawn Servant, I'll build on Papa's peace. Our people will live together in happiness. It's just like Kryl said. By taking the time to hear their concerns, understand their feelings, and consider how best to serve, with each passing day, I'll be that much closer to becoming the leader I want to be. It's hard for me to say how much I've changed since the contest began. But there's one thing I can say with confidence. I wouldn't have come this far without you as allies. for you all listening and feeling and thinking along with me, I would have never learned so much, and in so short a time. There are 2 keystones left. After everything that's happened, and imagining what could happen, are you still willing to walk this path with me?
Of course. How could I not?
Thank the gods for that. Well, I've nothing else to get off my chest. I need to head to the palace, but I'll see you back at the cabins.
It's a weirdly green star right there. I love the jazzy soundtrack of this area. It's still so unexpected for what I was expecting here, but it is nice. You're looking to be in good spirits. I assume your leisure time was well spent? I was glad to snatch some quality sleep. After all, it will soon be back on the road for us. 94? 94. There we go. That's higher item level now. Let's see what the titles are that we got. Light Sun Chaser on the Trail, Herald of Peace. We got Sunforged, Dawnbreaker, Knight of Alexandria, and of the New Dawn. Nice. Huh? The Leap to Yaktiel. Elfino seems eager to review your journey thus far. I'm sure the others will be along shortly. I do hope everyone has rested well. And we're such night people, we get up at like the middle of the night. Now that we have refreshed ourselves somewhat, let us consider all claimants as the current stand. Zeraldja and Koana have completed every feat thus far and hold 5 keystones apiece. Wuklamat would be equal with them, but for Bakul Jaja's thievery, which has left us 1 short. That conniving braggart didn't do much as lift a finger for the feat of proof and wreak havoc for the feat of ice. He can't have more than 3 keystones at most. He may think he can simply steal what he needs to win, but he's sorely mistaken. We'll be taking back what's mine. This I swear. I fear the reclaiming your keystone may not be enough. That is, if Bakul Jaja's unleashing of Valigarmanda is any indication. Using his lead, I anticipate that he will move to obtain the remaining keystones before disrupting his rival's attempts. We may all find ourselves being forced to take from one another. I can't say I'd be comfortable with that. But neither will I surrender my claim to the throne so easily. If it is for the sake of preserving the happiness of my people, I do what I must. The last two keystones we require are those of the Lay of Repast and the Lay of the Brotherhood. The former depicts the cessation of hostilities between the Mamul-Ja and Xebral in the forest of Yaktiel, specifically near a village called the Ikbraksh. That's where I was born, if you recall. I haven't been back there since Papa took me in when I was a baby. Where the Lay of the Brotherhood takes place, however, is unclear. In the saga, it's said that a foreign explorer came seek an audience with the Dawn Servants, but little more than that. Eorzea has a similar tale. The explorer Ketenram befriended a two-headed king known as the Atursh before commencing his travels across Tural. He journeyed here several times afterward, but was ultimately lost at sea. At least, that is the commonly held belief. Your two-headed king certainly sounds like Papa, so this Ketenram fellow must have come to lead Jolal. But if he indeed arrived some 80 years ago, the capital may not have been built yet, vestiges of Yokhyu's architecture notwithstanding. Wait, you said Autarsh? Did you? Then Ketenram must have met the Dawn Servant in Mamuk. Mamuk? Is that a city? One of the grandest in Tural, once upon a time, and the seat of the Mamul-Ja's homeland. It too lies in Yaktiel, not far from Ikbraksh. Then all things considered, Yaktiel seems the obvious choice for our next destination. From here, the safest method of travel is by dirigible. We should make the landing once our preparations are complete. We're riding in one of Koana's balloons? It can't be any worse than ships, can they? Not so sure about that one, Woklamat. Ow. I smacked my can with my drink against my own teeth. Don't suggest. The next flight to Yaktiel will be leaving shortly. Passengers are asked to keep hands, legs, and luggage inside of the dirigible at all times. Are you sure this thing will stay in the air? All the way to Yaktiel? Are you ready? Bags packed and goodbye said? There's no going back once we lift off. Not that I'm nervous or anything. I'm just making sure that you are not nervous. Oh, who am I kidding? My knees won't stop shaking. Hey, will you hold my hands? Just until I've set up my nerves? Of course, I will gladly hold your hand as much as needed. You're the nicest person I ever met, Lucy. I'll try not to crush your hand. There she is. The third promise. Wait, just a moment. Mablu and Tobli! Of course, of course! I'll wait as long as you need. Sorry to delay you, but we're able to discover the origin of Kryle's earrings. It's Kryle's earring. Is that so? You said that it gained popularity in Yogg-Toral as a protective ward for travelers, correct? That's right. We tracked down the Ellery merchant to whom first sales are attributed. According to him, the design imitates an accessory worn by a foreign mage he met at a market some 20 years ago. Little did he know that charming taste of salt would prove to be a commercial triumph. A foreign mage wearing this earring could only be grandfather. Did the merchant happen to mention which market? One in Yagtiel, to where it seems you are already bound. What luck! Then I shall seek my next clue once we arrive. Is it a mere coincidence that brought my grandfather here, or yet another discovery to look forward to? Thank you both for coming all this way. Anything for the third promise? Good luck with the rest of the ride. Thanks, I won't let you down. I've just got to board this dirigible, and I'm as good as there. Last call for passengers to Yagtiel. Aston. Hey. Come on. I really hope she wins. Yagtiel will test her mettle, without a doubt. The next Dawn Surfers must be willing to bear the full weight of this nation's history, no matter how heavy it may be. Ooh.
The fierce Shepral hunters who laid claim to this land call it the Azure Forest, Yagtiel. Battered by meteors in ancient times and colored mesmerizing shades of blue and green by nature, it is easy to understand why the place is so named. It is here, where the Shepral and Mamulja once battled for dominance, that the right of succession would reach its climax.
Yagtiel.
Are you all right?
I've never been good with heights.
For ships.
The vegetation is far denser than in Kozumauka.
I suggest you pay more attention to the ground, unless you want to walk straight into a cenote.
A cenote?
Sinkholes filled with rain and groundwater. Many meteors fell here long ago, it is said, and after they struck the Earth, it became susceptible to erosion. Deep as some of the pits are, you'll not climb out in a hurry should you take a tumble. So, don't take a tumble.
It was one time.
Is the Shepral community depicted in the Lay of Repast close by?
Aye. We need but follow the path a short way west.
Right. I can't stand here with my knees knocking forever. Let's get going.
would continue, but I currently can't really see most of my screen because cat. That sounds really close by, 189. It's this one. It's the Yoshi P is cheating one, isn't it? It has to be. It's cute. It looks like it wants to attack me though. Look at this place. It's so pretty. It is so pretty as well. Give me a second. I need to... Hang on, I'm just gonna walk down onto the docks. And just do this. Enjoy the scenery first. All right. Apologies for that interaction. There's an interruption. I just had to do something else real quick that had to leave for a bit. Okay. Let's keep going. Where's the next day current? Northwest. I don't want to murder you. You're cute. Look off. With thicker vegetation becomes reduced availability. I advise you keep someone in sight at all time. Everyone proceeds to leave. Good, everyone's accounted for. Ikbrach is up ahead. Let's be on our way. Erenville was not exaggerating about the connotes. It would be a grueling ordeal to climb out of one. We thankfully we made it here without incidents. Let's not dally any longer. Now, is this weapon better, is the question. I might have to quickly spoiler avoiding, but seeing what it says. So dark mahogany. Let me see what the stats would be for the Cobalt Tungsten K18. Skill, speed, tenacity. Okay, yes. So, not worth it for the weapon at least. Village of the Hunt. Wuklamat's attention is divided between the perilous Deep Connote and Ikbrach. Ready to head on in? Our first task should be to find the Elector. Hopefully our relative tardiness will not reflect poorly on us. The third promise and her retinue, I presume. Retinue. You presume right. I seek the Dawn Servant's Elector. Then come and join us in the Garden of the Stars at the village center. Everyone is waiting for you. Everyone? And who might that be? There's but one way to find out. Come, let us follow him.
We are graced by the presence of the third promise.
If I'd known we'd be waiting on your mangy hide, I wouldn't have bothered with Ligarmanda in the first place.
You self-serving piece of weaver dung! Do you have any idea how many could have been hurt?
Now that we are assembled, let us begin. My name is Hunmuruk. As Ibras Rash, I have the honor of serving as Elector on behalf of my people. As all 4 claimants must be present for this feat, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Third promise, if you would please join us. Thus far, you have faced each other as rivals. The feat of repast, however, will test your cooperation. You must complete this challenge in teams of 2.
What? You expect us to work with one of these weaklings?
Be warned. Only the triumphant team will receive keystones. I advise you to cooperate with your partner. Teams will be decided by lots. Those who draw the same color will be paired accordingly.
Twelve forbid Wuklamat is paired with Bakul Jajar. After all he's put her through, I wouldn't blame her if she did something rash. I might even help.
I would join too in the stabbing.
Claimants, please present your colors. I have red. Blue. On separate teams, then. And the rest?
Red. Which means...
Together again, as fate would have it.
Oh, thank fuck for that.
Victory's as good as ours.
With our claimants thus paired, so too is their opposition.
Not the one-head.
Listen well, for the trial that awaits you is as follows. Each team is to prepare a sample of traditional Shebrol cuisine. Shibruk Pibil.
And now we must cook. Another ludicrous feat.
So it might seem, but there's bound to be deeper meaning to it.
Agreed. Given that the very future of our nation is at stake, all parts of this rite must have significance.
Our promises have grown rather promising, wouldn't you say?
Indeed. If I were to guess at the significance of the feat, few things reflect the history and development of a culture so clearly as its culinary traditions.
The variety of stewed dishes in Garlean cuisine bespeaks their agricultural roots and cold climes, true.
The peoples we've met on our journey, they've all had different practices involving food and drink. The Hanu replenish their magical energies with reeds, while the Pelu have turned their fondness of beverages into a living. So basically, to know a people's cuisine is to know something of their ways.
With each feat, we have deepened our familiarity with a given community's history and culture. Is this what Father intended for us all along? But a leader with his vision must see that the past doesn't hold the answers we need. It is through embracing innovation, not adhering to tradition, that we will usher Tuli Yolal onto a more prosperous future. rules are simple. The first team to prepare and partake of satisfactory Shibruk Pivir will be deemed victorious. You will be judged by your sample's taste and appearance, as well as your adherence to appropriate cooking techniques. Kitchens have been made available for your use. Note that you may be asked to retry should your dish fail to pass muster. Let the feat of repast begin.
I've never actually heard of Shibruk Bibil before. What's it like, I wonder?
Unfortunate that this feat's unique stipulation have frustrated Bakul Jaja's attempt to delay us. Serves him right, that's what he gets for endangering my people with his schemes. Why doesn't he just compete fairly? He's strong, he's plenty strong, and obviously has a mind for strategy, twisted though as it may be. I'll never understand him. Putting aside our competition for a moment, allow me to express how glad I am that this opportunity to work together. As I see it, our team possesses a distinct advantage. Of course we do. Any team I'm in is bound to succeed. Precisely. You mean we have an advantage in numbers, yes? Our competition has a team of 6. The 2 claimants, Cyril Ja and Bakul Ja's lackeys. We're a team of 9. That's 3 more people we can mobilize. With the tasks suitable delegated, it should be a brisk affair to learn the recipe and assemble necessary ingredients. Too easy. Well, we mustn't be overconfident, lest we make a careless mistake that could have been easily avoided. First order of business should be to determine the recipe for Shibruk's Pibil. We can hardly gather ingredients for a dish we know nothing about. Given the nature of this feat, asking for answers directly may prove less efficient than simply observing the daily habits of the Shubral people. Let us gather here once we have seen what clues this village has to offer. Ikbra. Standing on the edge of a sea nut in the midst of dense forest, the Shubral village, Shubral's home village, has a clearing open to the sky for stargazing. The name of the settlement means Red Brash, a fierce beast related to the curl, and this bold shade is painted liberally upon the walls of the wooden dwelling. The recipe for Shibruk's Pibil? Wish I could tell you, friend. A dish so delicious is meant to be shared. Alas, we are forbidden from divulging anything. orders from Hunmuruk himself. But you mentioning it has given me a fierce craving. I only hope there's still Ibruk to be had at the market. Wink. We ought to cut our losses and head to Mamuk. This feat is nothing but a fool's errand. You're the fool if you think he won't tan our hides for leather if we dare to return without enough keystones. Besides, we've taken from the house cat before. How difficult could a second time be? What are you looking at, salt liquor? Mind your own business. Some underground cooking. An unusually colored banana peel has been neatly arranged on the ground, which appears to be smoking. Oh no, it appears I've gone and dropped Najul, Jatiki banana peel. I could barely see it for all the steam issuing from my underground oven. There's nothing like enjoying a tasty banana whilst you use the leaves in your cooking. Very subtle. Very subtle. About as subtle as a sledgehammer. No, this is not where I have to be yet. And that's the place where we do the cooking. Okay. Seems that I am incapable of finding the lost one. There, I see it now. Colorful spices. A number of spices, some entirely unfamiliar to you, are nestled in a basket. This one's called Akyot, and mostly use it to add a bit of color to our most popular cuisine, but its medicinal benefits are significant as well. Sorry, I'm back. What did we discover about Shubruk's Pibil? True to your prediction, the villagers were forbidden from educating us directly. However, many were still preparing it as one might a staple dish. An observation of their technique yielded clues enough. A lady blending local herbs and spices was only too happy to describe the ones I didn't recognize, while neither confirming nor denying any relation to Shubruk's Pibil. But one in particular she attributed to all common Shubral dishes, Ashot she called it. I see. Then if Shubruk's Pibil is indeed a dish of ambiguous as Alfino claims, we have confirmed the first ingredient. Meanwhile, I did observe a cook burying bundles wrapped in the leaves of najul, or banana, in certain localities. It would seem they use a subterranean oven is a common place. I saw the same. I think we all know what was inside those bundles, then, don't you? Ibrox, without a doubt. As would be expected of a dish called Shubruk's Pibil. So to summarize, this dish is one of Ibrox flavored with a combination of spices that include ashot and steamed underground within najul or banana leaves. Given our presumptions are correct, we must now learn where and how to procure our ingredients. As a staple cuisine, its ingredients should be close at hand, which is why Thankard and I scouted the surrounding forest whilst you were all exploring the village. Between the local vegetation and wild Ibrox, we should have everything we need in regards to meat and spices. Leave it to a master gleaner. With that, we should next divvy up our task. While some gather ingredients, others should make ready the kitchen. I can help prepare the kitchen. Permit me to assist as well. Our ovens will doubtlessly require firewood, and I have some experience in its gathering. I too should be glad to volunteer mine aid. I just realized we haven't seen your Stola the entire expansion yet. What sort of fuckery will she be up to this time? Then the rest of us will gather ingredients. I can make quick work of spices and herbs myself. I will happy to lead someone to a suitable Ibra if they will perform the request deed. Alice? As for the Najul leaves, I believe I'm capable of acquiring that much on my own. Be warned, you won't find Najul in this part. They only grow in the Shitika heartlands, forest far below these. Such an incursion may be time-consuming. Perhaps we ought to try bartering first. This feat encourages our communication with the locals, after all. Lamati, Lucy, if you could accompany me on my errand. No better way to whet my appetite. Good. Let us be about our tasks then. Come on, let's go and get those Nayu leaves. The sooner we do, the sooner we can eat. History of violence. Juana has the look of a man intent on finding bananas. Let us see if there are Najul leaves to be had in town. Perhaps the cook Orianja mentioned might be able to persuade to spare us a few. Hello again. Did you need something? Najulius? For purposes other than Shibruk's Pibil, naturally. Unfortunately, I've just used my last. You'll have to travel to the lower forest for more. Golmagic Grove is the source of the finest Najul leaves you'll find. Wild variants you sometimes see in marketplaces can't compare. I see. I'd hoped to avoid such a lengthy venture, but if there's no other way to obtain our ingredients, then to the Yatika Heartlands we shall go. Allow me to save you the trip. Traveling there requires you to go through the T. Inbeck Traverse, but it has caved in due to the recent storm, I expect. What? But that means we can't get our Najul leaves. But we can, can't we? If there's no other way of procuring them, you would have suspended this feat, or else altered its objective. Perhaps. Anyway, I apologize for the interruption, but having overheard your conversation, I felt compelled to chime in. Very kind of you. Any last-minute advice you'd be willing to share? Only to undertake the feat of repast with an empty stomach, you may find Shibruk's Pibil to be a delicious but daunting dish to finish. I can't wait. Still, if there are no leaves here, we can't travel for more, how are we supposed to gather all our ingredients? These feats are meant to deepen our understanding of the people and cultures of Tuli Jolal. So perhaps there's something about Shibruk's Pabil that we have yet to learn, something of significance other than its recipe or ingredients. Oh, I see. Like who was the first to make it? It's history, that sort of thing. If Yaktjel's history you're interested in, you should start with the old war between the Shabral and the Mamulja, right? These forests have borne witness to centuries of warfare, the evidence of which remains a scar upon the earth. To know the end of that bloodshed is to know Shibruk's Pibil. Huh? What does steam Ibrex have to do with bloodshed? Precisely the question we must answer. Vexing though such a detour may seem, I can think of no other way to approach this feat. In that case, you may wish to visit the site of a settlement ruined by the war, the village of Iloin Asso. It lies a short distance to the east. The village of Iloin Asso. Understood. Thank you for your help. Come, let's go and see this place. The big gap in trials. Guess we won't see the second one for quite a while. The village of Iloin Asso must be further east. Let us continue with haste. For all we know, our competitors may be on our heels. There's another hunt mob. Very cute. So, this is the village of Viloin Asso, or what's left of it. It was a place of light and life. My great-grandfathers called it home, in fact. Whatever! I didn't know you were in Yakchel. I was picking up lumber from Brush when I heard the third promise was on her way to this site of deep historical significance. I immediately saw another opportunity to be of service, and so followed you here. Wook Evu is a shipwright who came to our aid during the Feat of Reeds. A pleasure. You are a member of the Third Promises retinue, I presume? For the moment, I suppose I am. My name is Koana. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Koana. That's a good name. Familiar name. Where have I heard... Koana, as in the second promise of Tali Jalal? You think that I addressed the Dawn Servant's own son as some common retainer? Such disrespect cannot be excused. Please, take up your gun and... Oh, come on, not this again. I take no offense, so please, do not dwell on it. Alright then, I shan't dwell on it. And right on cue, at least he's consistent. I understand that you wish to learn about Shibruk's Pibil. While I am forbidden by the Shibruk's Rux to divulge any information regarding its preparation, I would be happy to share what I know of Yaktiel's history. You would appreciate that. In its most basic sense, the conflict between the Shabral and Mamulja was one of land. The Mamulja lived in the lower forest, where the thick canopy obscured the sun and the soil is unforgiving to crops. It drove them to covet the upper forest, the home of the Shabral, and they launched a determined campaign to seize it for themselves. Yet, advantage ever favors higher ground, and the Shabral forces held the upper hand against the invaders, rebuffing them time and again. But at the state of this village with a test, the tide eventually turned. What brought it about? Something you know all too well. Blessed siblings. You must understand, the Mamulja were once a people as much as war with themselves as they were with each other. The Hobigu, Bunewa, the Dopro each sought to assert dominance over the other, even as they engaged the Shabral in battle. In the effort to strengthen bonds and discourage infighting, Hobigu and Bunewa leaders arranged a marriage between their children. However, this political measure altered the course of history in ways no one could have ever imagined. It was long believed that the partners of different clans could not have children together. But then it happened. A child arrived who shared the blood of Hobigu and Bunewa both, a two-headed Mamulja. Blessed with tremendous physical strength and magic prowess, he grew into a mighty warrior before eventually arising as the first Autarch, ruler of all three clans. Such qualities would dispose anyone to leadership, character notwithstanding. Under the Outarch's rule, the newly united Mamulja became a force to be feared, and the wars soon came to a head. I think it's best you see the result firsthand. Let us visit another battlefield from that time, and there I shall continue the tale. Just north, okay. I'll quickly grab that one. There it is. What in the ever-living fuck is that? Okay, a hunt. I kind of assumed as much. I am just going to turn around and leave, but goddamn, that is easy to see.
This is where most battles were fought between the Shabral and Mamulja, the Shobrit Cinderfield.
A field of cinders, indeed. How fierce their clashes must have been.
The war over these lands began after the Yoqui's departure some 500 years ago. And for 4 centuries thereafter, the two enemies repaid violence with violence. A constant stream of minor skirmishes, punctuated by massive slaughter.
Until Father ended their endless conflict 80 years ago.
Accompanied by a retinue of only 6, the Dawn Servant opposed both armies and brought the fighting to a standstill.
First they sealed Valley Armanda at full strength, and now this.
It was during this armistice that both sides gathered for negotiations at the Dawn Servant's behest.
For too long, you have been bound by your ancestors' violent legacy. It is past time you broke free of it.
Tell that to the Scale Scum! We fight to protect what is rightfully ours. If not for their greed, we'd be living in peace.
Buff your tails and scurry off, then. Cowards like you ill deserve the bounty of this forest.
Even should one of you succeed in vanquishing the other, your triumph will last only until a new invader arrives. Tell me, do you know of the vast continent that lies far to the east, where numerous nations vie for dominance? You do not. And why should you? Affairs beyond the salt we have no consequence to us. Not until those affairs come to Tural, like our honored visitor here.
He's from across the ocean.
I've been to the ocean before, and it's nothing but water farther than the eye can see. What sort of vessel could possibly reach its end?
That such technology exists is indisputable, as is foreign powers' awareness of Tural. If any such country were to develop a taste for Turali soil and bring to bear the might of innovations we can only imagine, what do you suppose happens then? You do not know the warlords of the East, but you know that if they came, they would not settle for a single forest. By joining hands, we might create a unified front, an alliance capable of repelling them or any other foe. There is no greater proof of these than my companions and I. Alone we are weak, but together we triumphed over Valigarmanda.
What? You defeated the Sky Ruin? I'd take you for a liar if the sting of our own defeat wasn't still fresh.
Their coordination was indeed impressive. How they bello stymied our efforts to cripple the Yokui's legs and defend our ballistas. And when we withdrew to strike again from a distance, the Hanu called the winds to make our arrows miss their marks. In seeking to exploit their weaknesses, we only subjected ourselves to their strengths.
Those strengths are born of cooperation. The guiding principle of the nation we envision.
But our feud has lasted for centuries. How do you expect us to join hands now?
Ha ha! Give us an evening to convince you.
And so began that legendary banquet. One would not expect sworn enemies to abruptly drink to each other's health, and, indeed, a tense silence hung over the venue. But then, the Dawn servant called for the exchange of traditional cuisine. So it was that the Mamulja partook of spiced meat, and the Chebral steamed najul. Before long, delight manifested upon the faces of those present, each side impressed by the other's dish. Seeing this, the Dawn servant laughed and declared once more. Their flavors, he said, would be even better combined, and he proceeded to help them prepare the new creation.
That's Shibruk Pibil, I'd wager.
It is a marriage of Chebral and Mamulja cultures, and proof of their newfound cooperation. The Dawn servant had asked for a single evening, but the feast feasting is said to have lasted 3 days and 3 nights. So delicious was their repast. In the end, a peace accord was reached, and the Dawn Servant's words at that time still illuminate our way forward.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Sorry. It's just to think that he ended an age-old conflict with food. It's all so absurd. It's somehow so very Papa, I couldn't help.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Now then, I trust you understand the significance of Shibruk Bibil and the history it has written.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing the story with us. What's wrong? Someone was there, you say?
Perhaps our competition is cooking up some scheme or another.
Something bitter and half-baked, no doubt.
Papa really did live up to his word. He traveled the lands and learned about the people Myriad's cultures, and we're doing the same now. The feat of repast. Bananas still weigh heavily on Kwana's mind. Book Ever has given us valuable insight into the origins of the Shibil Pibil. However, we're still no closer to procuring the necessary Najul leaves. Unless... Tell me, was the historical feat commemorated in some fashion? With a monument, for instance? Indeed it was. Allow me to show you. Here it is. Offered up by the two factions, these weapons symbolize their vow that they would never again raise arm against each other. Since this feat demands a journey through history, but it's only logical that a monument like this might steer us through, especially one at the heart of so significant a battlefield. Lamati, Lucy, would you help me search area for clues? Tell me if anything catches your eyes. Sure thing. Look, here. This soil, it has been recently overturned. Ooh, someone buried a box. Well. I would have been satisfied to find only a hint, but here they are. Fresh Najul leaves. Hunmuruk's doing, I'd wager. There's a poetry in hiding them on this battlefield, given that it was central to the war they helped end. So he planned all this from the start. Thank you again, Wukevu. We wouldn't have found these leaves without your help. It was my honor to render assistance. And, with apologies to present company, allow me to afford my encouragement as well. Third promise. Ever since I witnessed you perform the feat of reeds, I've been certain that you are the claimant most worthy of leading our nation. All devised solutions to the Hanohanu's ailing crops, but you alone sought to know their culture and revive Ihihana, even if it seemed unrelated to your task. In my humble opinion, no one cares more about the people of Tulijolal and what they hold dear. Should you again require the historical musings of an old shipwright, I am ever at your service. For now, I take my leave. I gotta say that I like this monument. It's like a very simple design, but like the significance of it is like fairly clear. Like just the idea of like on the middle of the battlefield where they're fighting, placing their weapons crossed like that inside one and the same stump. As in like, it clearly like indicates like putting your weapon down, because if you place them so close together next to each other, you obviously are within reach to hit each other and keep fighting. But putting them down like that would indicate peace. So it's very simple. I like it. I cannot argue with that. We have what we need. Let us return to Ikbrush. I should sell some stuff to this merchant. I have a lot of stuff on me that I no longer need. I love them. How did they die? Let's see. I like these. They're pretty. I'm glad I decided to take a look at them. Let's see, are any others that might be interesting? Ooh. A palette that has actual paints on them. Nice. Ooh, some actual folding fans. I approve, that's nice. That looks nasty. What does the tank gear look like? Let's see. Oh, not display gear, but save outfit. Not bad. What does the caster gear look like? What sort of wizardry is this? A hat that Vieras can wear? What sort of sorcery is this? Really like it. It's a very like black mage looking caster set, but it's nice. It's a crimson. I need to be up there, not down here. I'm glad we were successful. The others should be back soon, I expect. I hope so. I'm famished. How did everyone fare? We got the Najul leaves. Wook came along and helped us find them. Wook was here? I would have liked to say hello. Yes, he gave us an important history lesson. That Kabul Jaja brought an end to centuries of warfare surprises me little, but to achieve said peace-free cuisine is something else entirely. Leave it to my old man to find the oddest of solutions. How about the rest of you? Is our kitchen ready? Everything should be in order. Burianji and I made the tour of the village and borrowed the cooking utensils we need, with no mention of what we needed them for, of course. And I am pleased to report that we are stocked with the finest firewood this forest had on offer. Spoken like a true expert. Aaronville and I found our Ibruk, so we should have meat aplenty. It was a spirited creature, so much so that its hunter fell down a snow trying to catch it. What part of never speak of this to anyone did you not understand? I picked a good portion of local herbs, with particular attention to the seeds that yield achot. I'm told our resident astrologian divined the appropriate measurements for the seasoning as well. With further inquiry, did I determine the ideal balance of spices. Then all that remains is to prepare the dish itself. I presume at least one among us is versed in the culinary arts. I can hardly claim profound skills, but I have cooked for myself. You can leave the rest to me. And you, I hope. As I recall, you are an accomplished culinarian. Well, I'm level 80, so I think that's somewhat accomplished. Oh, my mouth is watering already. Without further delay then. I mean, some people are just a lot less patient than others. It's unfortunately it is that way, but sometimes it's that way. I mean, the second dungeon, for some reason I had a tank leave after the first boss when I queued in because I accidentally had queued dungeon in progress. So I just don't know, like the party was doing completely fine. So like I genuinely was confused as to why a tank had left, unless obviously the tank was the one that was incompetent.
Good, there is still time. I shall prepare our sample at once.
At first, I wasn't sure about being stuck with the one head. But better that than playing nanny to the mewling house cat.
Be quiet, Bakul Jaja. No one cares what you think.
Agreed. Couldn't agree less, Wuklamat. Couldn't agree more.
Act tough all you like. Victory will be ours.
I mean, that's just being a bad sport about it. Like, not everyone can play really well, and like, you're not making things better by just doing stuff like that. And there might genuinely be an argument to be made that that could be a reportable offense as well. Because that is definitely something that you're doing deliberate in a way to make your game experience worse. And I'm pretty sure that could fall under the, like, ruining the experience for others. Yeah, no, I mean, that's then basically the right thing to do. Because I definitely think that on purpose, not doing that falls under the lines of interfering with other people's enjoyment of the game. I doubt from 2 reports much will come of it, but maybe if they do it often enough, something will come of it eventually.
It's ready. Apologies for the wait. We submit to you our Shibruk Pibil.
Have fun.
This looks
And I will do.
amazing.
The dish is prepared by using the culinary techniques of the Mamulja to cook the spiced meats favored by the Jabral. It is a symbol of peace between their 2 peoples after centuries of war.
Both the ingredients and your methods appear to have been correct. Now then. In taste, texture, and aroma, you have recreated Shibruk Pibil admirably. Granted, anyone might well achieve similar results by following the recipe to the letter. But you went a step further. You sought to learn the cultural significance of the dish, about Yoktel's history of violence and your father's role in ending it. Your willingness to take lessons from the past befits aspiring Dawn servants. And for that, I commend you. All that remains is to partake of your creation. True understanding is gained only through experience.
Now this is something I'm definitely good at.
Ahem. I believe we have yet to receive our assessment. Ours is also a faithful example of Shibruk Pibil, as you will no doubt agree.
I see. While your effort looks the part, unlike the second and third promises dish, it lacks its defining aroma.
Preposterous! The meat was marinated and spiced before being steamed in an earthen oven. This is Shibruk Pibil.
Oh? And what about the Jatika banana leaf?
It's because of you that we couldn't get any damn leaves! You can't fault us!
But the second and third promises had no such difficulty, did they? That which they needed, they acquired simply by showing interest in our history and heritage.
Ugh, it's just some crusty old leaf. What difference could it make?
Your dish lacks an essential ingredient. As you have failed to demonstrate an adequate understanding of Shibruk Pibil, I must deem your performance unsatisfactory. Your team will not receive keystones.
This was stupid anyway.
His ambition only grows more intense. That someone could harbor such dark thoughts towards family.
What do I care for this sham of a feat? I can always take what I need later.
This is delicious! The brook's so tender it melts in your mouth, and the way the najou leaf rounds out these spices is sublime. This is the taste of harmony. Someone who only knows brute force and deception could never appreciate it.
Choke on your harmony.
Come. Finish your meal. That too is part of the feat.
Don't have to tell me twice. That was bliss. You've got real culinary talent. If you ever tire of adventuring, you can always be my personal chef.
It was palatable enough, I suppose. To you, who have successfully performed the feat of repast, I present these keystones.
Only 1 feet left.
Well, I should get going then. I'm glad that I wasn't paired with one of the others.
We can do better than that, surely.
The 6th keystone is ours. Thanks for all your help, everyone. I forgot something important. Was there any Shibruk people left? I could really use another helping.
No. Adorable. I love Wuklamat. He's such a great character. I love her. That was so good. I'm already looking forward to having Shibruk's Prebil again. Hey, Lucy, Kyle. Hey, Lucy, Cram made more leftover ingredients. You'll love it. I'm thinking to buy more for the road myself. Now that the feat of repast is over, the villagers should be free to offer it to us, right? Ooh. Interesting. So it's housing decoration you can get for it. I need to go to the bathroom and I need to also go eat something. So I will once again leave you guys with an ad break. So see you guys in a bit. Just finishing off the last couple of bites of my food, and then we'll continue. That reminds me, also hello, that reminds me of an image I recently saw of someone's Elfino breaking a little bit because something in their model didn't properly load in. Let's see. So they had this happen that they so lovingly someone referred to as healthy now. Yes, healthy now, because half his body is missing. Booth is getting pets right now as he's laying right next to me. No, like that image that I sent, Vani, it was not on my end, so there was no issue on me, like everything's working fine for me. But I have just finished eating my food, so I will now continue my MSQ. Good luck with whatever you're up to. Next feat awaits, and Elfino would have you on the road as soon as possible. Seeing as how we now face a penultimate objective of the rite, it would be wise to travel to Mamuk and undertake the feat of the Brotherhood without delay. Wise, yes, but impossible. The Tiinbek Traverse, which connects the upper forest to the Jatika Heartlands, is still impassable. We didn't take fall damage, we can just jump off the edge. Well, we take fall damage, but we don't die from fall damage, so just jump off the edge. Is there no other route? I'm afraid not. Work to clear the path is underway, though, so I'm hopeful we can resume our journey soon. Then let us each use this time, as we see fit. I, for one, would like to explore the village surrounds, if Aaron would oblige me with a tour. Very well, I have no other engagements. Then I will come with you, if only to prove that I am capable of keeping my footing. Though I shouldn't rejoice in our delay, it does afford me an opportunity to look into my grandfather's proposed visit to Yaktiel. Oh, that's right. Mabru did say something about a foreign mage coming through here decades back, didn't he? I'll come with you. Want to join us, Lucy? Sure. Let us reconvene here at our after our respective diversions. As I recall, the merchant met my grandfather at the market in Yaktiel some 20 years ago. Any who might reliably remember him must therefore be at least middle-aged. Let us make inquiries where we can. Foreign mage 20 years ago? Yes, I remember him. It's not often we get visitors from across the salt, let alone those traveling with infants. A baby girl, as I recall? I only saw him in passing, mind. Anyone were to know more, I'd wager it would be Hanmu Rook. He was already Shabrak's Rux then. A baby girl? It couldn't have been. Thank you, sir. That information is very helpful. Oop, I'm getting lost again. God dang it. Up here, yes. I really would appreciate it if my game were to, stop running in potato mode. I think I need to load the graphics settings for a restart next time. But I'll leave that for when I actually restart the game at some point. As for now, it's like manageable, like the cutscenes are still fine. Hello again. Do you require assistance? Foreign mage passed through Ikbraksh roughly 20 years ago, possibly carrying a young child. Do you remember him? Why do you ask me this? Who is this man to you? He may have been my grandfather, and I wish to know what brought him here. Your grandfather? Not by blood, but he is family nonetheless. A foreign mage did indeed visit Ikbraksh, Master Galuth. Master Galuth. So far as his identity is concerned, I trust you are satisfied? More than that, however, I cannot say. Why not? I simply cannot. I beg your forgiveness and understanding. Very well, I will not press. Thank you for confirming his presence here. The rest I will discover myself. Out of a more general curiosity, I have another question. You did say the Yokyu once dwelled in this forest. Where was that exactly? General curiosity, indeed, but yes. Before they withdrew to Orkopacha, some 5 centuries ago, the Yokyu claimed Yaktel as their own. Many of their architectural remains can be found in the lower forest, the Jatika heartland. And that's where they must have had their visions. Thank you, that answers much and more. I understand what it means to long for one's family, so believe me when I say that, though my position forbids me from aiding you further, I wish you nothing but success. By helping the third promise find the Golden City, you will surely find the answers to your questions. Speaking of which, I have a query of my own for you, Lucy. May I request a moment of your company? Sure. Go on, we'll wait for you. Thank you for obliging me. First, let's head to the cenote behind this village. It was my intention to see you off without saying anything, but Mistress Kryle's plea has softened my resolve. As the leader of our community, I'm gladdened to see that the first promise has surrounded herself with such compassionate and trustworthy companions. Would you tell me of her journey thus far? Is that so? It seems the rite have been a source of great learning and growth for Wuklamat. It does me well to hear that. My daughter would be about her age. Girls are rarely born among the Shibral, so when she arrived, the village was elated. Such joy I felt when I first held her, and pain when I found her at the bottom of a cenote. 3 years old. An accident, it was said, but I knew better. She had been pushed. Though we never caught them, a suspicious figure was seen fleeing towards the Jatika heartland, towards Mamuk. Once bitter enemies, the Mamulja and Shibral had learned to live in peace. But who could doubt the intent of such a reprehensible act? By targeting a child who could one day lead her people, the criminals sought to undermine the future of Shibral. I was determined not to let them succeed, and so I let the memory of my daughter die in that cenote, and gave her into the care of the one person I knew who could protect her. Dawn servant, Gulul Jaja. Though she was born to lead the Shibral Fate, Fate had a greater plan for Wuklamat. Only the Dawn servant and I know the truth, but I must now take you into my confidence for one reason. If the villain who attempted to murder my daughter was indeed of Mamuk, then rancor toward the Shibral still burns. I was caught off guard once. I would not suffer the same tragedy again. and so I ask you, not as the Dawn Servant Selector, but as a father, to watch over the third promise, defend her from her enemies that may be lurking in shadows. Will you do this for me? Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as ruler of Tuli Julal, but as a concerned father. Suffice to say, this conversation must remain between us. Pray breathe not a word of this to anyone. But that explains where she came, why she came from here, and like why she left. So they attempted to kill her, but they failed. But to prevent that from being known, he decided to instead give her to the Dawn Servant to be adopted. That is not exactly what I expected. Nice to know. Interesting. Oh, you motherfucker. Unmu Rook stands quietly, his expression one of old pain. Recalling the past has rendered me emotional. I require a moment to compose myself, but please do not keep the third promise waiting. That's an instant's duty. If I speak to Wukla over cutscenes with plain secrets, is recommended citizen. Yes. Let's go. You're back. So what did Hunmaruk want? It's alright. You don't have to say. More importantly, the T in Beck traverse still isn't clear yet. Something about even more rocks? Then I think I'll take the opportunity to rest. All that cooking and preparing for it has worn me out. Bye, Cryo. A nap does sound tempting. Why are we being watched from the bushes? Who is hiding in the bushes? A moment, promise. You're one of Bakul Jajas. What do you want? I've come to fetch you. You're welcome to refuse, but know that that would be most unwise. And why's that? I'm sure your salted friend has an idea. What do you think? And they say house cats don't come when called. Follow me, promise.
What is the meaning of this? And just how far do you plan on taking us? Jaja, you snake! If you want my keystone so badly, you deal with me and me alone. Leave the Elector out of this.
Is that all you think he is? Foolish kitty! This man is the reason we are here. Take a good look at him. Go on, look. Surely you recognize your real father.
Don't believe us? Then ask your trusted sellsword. She heard it straight from the old man's mouth.
Is it true? Is Humuruk my... Your silence says it all.
Now that you understand the situation, let's see those keystones. I'll even let you fight for them. Just you and me. If that adventurer attempts to interfere, I'll kill the old man myself!
You despicable, heartless fiend! Kinsman or no, I won't stand for you taking hostages! Come on then! You wanna fight? I'll give you a fight!
Oh, such heroic caterwauling promise. I'm shaking. Guard our hostage well. We wouldn't want to attempt any thoughts of rescue. By the by, house cat, they've been instructed to put down Papa Dearest when you lose. Hopefully he settled his affairs.
Don't worry. I'm not losing to the likes of him. Well, what are you waiting for, you blessed bastards? It's 2 against 1. Don't tell me you're scared.
I know I didn't hear you right. You dare call us cowards? And kill you, kill you, kill you all! Don't look away, Salt. I want you to watch as I tear your beloved promise to shreds!
Hey, eyes on me. The house cat, remember? I'll say it again. I'm not losing to the likes of you. I'm going to become Dawn's servant, and I will protect my people.
We get to play as Wuklamat. I was wondering how we're gonna fit into this being a combat instance. With skillful combat, Wuklamat will gain the resolve she needs to unleash powerful limit breaks. Not only do these attacks do great damage, they recover HP, use them early and often to emerge victorious. Okay, let me see. Let me move some things around. So gap closer, range, which would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Q, E, F. Okay, yes. Recovery in 4. I wonder why there's 2 of them. Oh well.
So I can rip you to pieces. I'll cut you to shreds. My magic should be more than enough for Miss Mittens. I'll make you eat dirt.
I'm guessing I want to be sent away from these? Yes.
No more tricks, Bakochaja. We're settling this here and now.
Still playing the part of the brave warrior? Miss Mittens is no longer amusing me, brother.
This right has taught me so much. About my nation, my people, and myself.
I'm guessing I want to be sent the green ones? Or just go to them for activating?
Can't keep up.
I wonder what this is an ability. I'm guessing there is a situation where I need to attack several things.
Kitty.
I finally understand what it means to live in peace. To greet each day in safety and happiness.
It's time we finish them. This is the end for you, kitten.
This with the knockback? Yes.
Not enough to claim the title of Dawn Servant. I must carry on Papa's legacy, his love for our people.
I'll grind you beneath my nails.
This is the wrong one. Barely. Was close.
Can't keep up.
Get fucked. That was nice. Okay, I enjoyed that. Oh wow, would you look at that?
I reclaim what you stole.
No. How can this be? How could that puny house cat beat all of us?
You've caused nothing but trouble with your dirty tricks. Threatening the Hanuhanu, releasing Valyarmanda, harassing me is one thing, but you've endangered too many innocents. No more, Bakul Jaja. I will not stand for it. If you even think of tormenting my people again, you will answer to me.
No. No.
Are they good?
And he goes and forgets he had the way blocked.
What? That was his doing?
The only part left in the saga is the Lay of the Brotherhood in Mamuk. The plan was to force you here so we could take the rest of your keystones.
So that's what he was up to. But, should you be telling us this?
What does it matter? You've beaten us. It's over. We'll release the hostage.
I appreciate them. They have some honor in them at least.
I'm sorry. I was careless.
Are you all right? So what Bakul Jaja said about you and me.
But to single-handedly defeat Bakul Jaja, you truly are the Dawn Servant's daughter. It has been my honor to bear witness to your journey. Promise.
Promise. Yes. That's what I am. I'm Gulul Jaja's daughter and Tuli Hyolal's next Dawn servant. Come on. Let's rejoin the others.
Yes, bunny. Seems we were lost to return. I'm glad everyone made it back safely. Thank you for having faith in me. Keeping out of sight even when I got dirty couldn't have been easy for you. But Bakul Jaja won't be the last person to threaten those I care about. I wanted to prove to myself that I can stand up to such villains, even when I stand alone. Which isn't to say I won't ask for your help when you need it, of course. I know better than that now. Earlier in the second promise camp.
The passage to Mamuk remains blocked. For now, all we can do is try to rest and recover. Perhaps with a meal, as my sister would no doubt suggest. Shall we borrow the kitchens and prepare some Shibruk Pibil?
So thou hast taken a liking to the dish. As we learn to appreciate the unfamiliar, 'tis only natural that we develop new affinities. There is no shame in this.
But there is in ignorance. I had barely considered what the people of Tuli Yolal hold dear. What hopes they harbor for the future. Our nation is built upon the bonds that Father forged during his journey across Tural. But so single-minded have I been in my advocacy of foreign innovations that I fail to understand my own people. Could someone who struggles to connect with the populace ever make a worthy Dawn servant?
To understand and connect with people is by no means easy. But there is something you can do to pave the way. Let them see you for who you really are. What makes you laugh and cry and rage. That sort of honesty is the first step towards mutual understanding and connection.
Understanding begets fellowship, as my father said. And yet, what you suggest does not come naturally to me.
I, too, have found it difficult to speak from the heart. In thy struggles, I see mine own, painful in their familiarity. Yet frightening though it may feel, if we are to move forward, we must indeed take that first step. Dispense with pretense, and simply be.
Do you remember when you first approached us, and we asked you why you wanted to become Dawn Servant? You said you wished to use the knowledge you acquired in Sharlayan for your country, and in doing so repay your father for the opportunities he afforded you. What won me over was not your ambition, but your motivation. So let your people know this, and in time they'll come to support you as we do. You can't hide behind that stoicism forever.
Very well then. I will make a greater effort to be myself.
By not being my usual self so much. Oops, I did not realize that he hadn't finished his line. Into the Traverse. Woklamat wishes to know how traversable the Tienbeck Traverse is. So, what's the state of the Tienbeck Traverse? Still being cleared, I'd assume. Han Meruk said he would notify us as soon as work was done. And perhaps now would be a good time to consider how we might reclaim Wuklamat Stone and Keystone. The next feat will be our last, after all. Oh, I already got it back. What? When? Not to mention, how? This is Bakul Jaja we're talking about. Oh, he tried to kidnap my real father, extort it out of me, and then proceeded to beat the ever-living shit out of him, and he ran away crying. So I taught him a lesson and took my keystone back. You bested Bakul Jaja in single combat? Bravo! What can I say? I've had good friends to encourage and cheer me on. There you are. Our excavators have contacted me with news on their success. The Tiinbeck Traverse is now safe for travel. Then we can finally make for Amuk. Come to think of it, isn't it Bakul Jaja's home? We can only hope its residents don't share his winning personality. If it is indeed the city where Kettenram first met the Dawn Servant, surely some civility await us. I would not be so certain. It is true that the Dawn Servant received Kettenram in Mamuk, and was instrumental in the establishment in friendly relations between the Shabral and the Mamulja. But since that time, most of the Mamulja who supported his peace have left their city in favor of abiding in the capital. What remains is a cloister of Mamuk, and while these traditionalists do not take up arms against us, neither do they bear great love for outsiders. Whatever they're like, the people of Mamuk are also of Tulijolal. If I'm to be Dawn Servant, it's my job to know them first of all. Well, we'll be on our way then. I'm glad I could learn about where I came from and eat so much Shubrik Pabil besides. Thank you for everything, Hunmuruk. Till next time, take care. First, we make our way across the Sobitrol Cinderland fields, due southeast. Aston is going flip flip. Love you, Aston. How you've grown indeed. Ow. Aston just slapped me in the face with his tail. Could you not lay on top of my hand, Aston? Ooh, side quest. Aiming high. Diatero seems to be taking your measure from afar and appears pleased with what he sees. Hello there, Lucy. You don't know me, but I've seen you keeping company with the Third Promise. I've been wanting to speak with you, if you have a moment. The name's Teatro, and I'm a hunter here. Well, almost a hunter. I have need of a strong arm to accompany on my next foray, and I'd be honored if it belonged to one of Wuklamat's mighty companions. I know you must be a busy woman, but everyone has their own duties to attend to, and our village has a rule that no one can hunt alone. I'd be forever grateful if you joined me. Just tell me what to kill. Thank you, thank you. I need to take every chance I have to gain experience if I want to be accepted by the more senior hunters, and working with you is sure to be enlightening. Great, then let's be off. The hunting grounds are to the north. See you there, Lucy. A quarry is a Piaitia. They're quick and clever, a challenge for any hunter, but their meat is tasty enough to make all the trouble worth it. They are partial to tree sap, so they're often up among the branches nibbling away. If we wait at the base of a tree covered in the stuff, they'll probably come down to defend their score. You stop that. Thank you. Of course, they aren't the only animal roaming the wilds. The stealthy Virtsalal have made meals of more than one innocent soul, so keep an eye out, eh? I'll try the nearby trees. You should go a bit deeper into the forest so we can cover more ground. Meet me back here once you're done. And good luck, Lucy. Ooh, I like the music here. Huh. I assume that side quest must have just appeared because I've not seen it up until now. Also, I forgot there's an Aether Current. Aston, please get your paw off of my hand. Guessing up by that tree. Yeah, he's currently laying like between my keyboard and my mouse, very much with his paws on the mouse. / my fingers that are on the mouse. Found the Aether Current. Or Ether Current. Aether. Get your paws out of the way. Thank you. Where's the next one? Let's grab this side quest over here once we're at it. Get over. Thank you. The young Shabral needs someone to follow a suspicious individual. Ho there, friend. I require someone with a stealthy thread to help me shed light on a little mystery. Interested in a bit of work? Recently, I've observed that all the residents of Ikbraksh coming and going from the Shobrit Cinderfield. Quite unusual, since the place is nothing but a barren wasteland ravaged by war. Of course, I don't want to be seen prying into private matters, so I can't ask the others about it, but if he's up to no good, I need to know about it. Will you follow him for me? He usually makes his regular journey to the cinder fields around this time. Once you find him, stick to his tail, but don't get too close, or else this will all be for nothing. Got it? I will go stalking for you. Look at the little sugar gliders running. Just look at them. They're so cute. I wish I could pet them. But unfortunately they will attack me if I get close. So basically they're a perfect incarnation of, if not friend, why friend shaped. Ooh, hello. Interesting too. Oh, they're like ballistas. Well, let's do some stalking. No one will notice my bright blue clothing or the glowing weapon. Same. Aston, bad timing. Thank you. No one behind you, don't worry about it. Motherfucker. For some reason, I confused the mark of the MSQ with the side quest one. And I was like, okay, I can move to there now. Completely forgetting that I could not. Let's do that again. Of the discounts is hidden from him. Yes, nothing to see here. Alright, no one saw me. I just have to wait until the goods get here? Maybe I'll be home in time for dinner. What? Did you follow me here? I guess I wasn't as sneaky as I thought, but I'm not doing anything wrong despite how it looks. I'm trading with Mamuk, all under the blessing of Hamnu Rook. We have to be secretive about it though. You see, we deliver valuable foodstuff to Mamuk, meat and vegetables that are hard to come by in their parts of the woods. In return, we get Jatika bananas. Each party leaves their goods in the cart and collects them when the other is out of sight. For a while after hostilities ceased, trade did not have to be so cloak and dagger, but many of the Mamulja who are willing to embrace change have left for Tuli Jolal, and those who remain bear old grudges. So we choose a path of discretion. Of course, I don't blame the people of Mamuk. Even in Ikbraksh, there are those who won't forgive the past. Trading like this appeases both sides, even though our dealings aren't exactly unknown to most. I take it the one who asked you to follow me was young, yes? Too young to know to overlook an old man wandering into these blasted wastes? Any roads, it's time I took my goods and returned home. If you could tell the lass you lost sight of me, I'd be grateful. She'll accept the truth more easily if she discovered it for herself. Let's teleport here, take up this quest, walk that way, and then walk down here. We're probably looking to getting the Aether Current. You've made it. I've only just returned myself, and I'm eager to compare our catches. Here, I shoved this entire tiger into my backpack. What? This is a Vavsaral Braksh. You went against it alone and won? I know this isn't exactly what I was looking for, but like I said, these pose a danger to the whole village. Having one fewer hungry Braks out there is something we can all be thankful for. I had a feeling about you, and I'm glad I know I was right. I'm sure they'll let us attempt the trial after this. I suppose I ought to explain. You see, there's a reason I'm so keen to gain experience as a hunter. I want to join the Brethren of Braks, but they won't accept just anybody. No, only hunters with finely honed skills and intuition are even considered. I still remember the day I decided I'd be one of them. I was young, foolish, and thought I could hunt on my own in defiance of the rules. Then a beast snuck up at me, its fangs bared. I thought it was done for, but then an arrow struck it down. It was one of the Brethren of Braks. He saved me, and ever since I've wanted to do the same. To watch over the forest and keep it a safe place for others. I can't think of a better way to spend my days. But the trial is conducted in pairs. I'd asked one of the Brethren to assist me, but all of them have been too busy lately. They aren't forthcoming with the details, but I've gathered that the beasts of the forest have been behaving strangely lately. Either way, they have bigger things to worry about than the ambitions of a novice. But you're as good as any of them. If we do the trial together, we are sure to make it through. Please say you will help me. This is my chance to finally be of use. The trial is as good as done. That's what I wanted to hear. There's no one else I'd rather have. This brings me one step closer to my dream, and I have to do everything in my power to go the rest of the way. Let's see if we can find this Aether Current. I was gonna say, I'm guessing it's up there, but no, it's down here. Well, this is no small crater, that's for sure. to this one to the south. I think that would be in the lower area. There's only one way to find out. Found another hunt mark. Yeah, I am not making it to that one. Let's do some map exploration west from here. Throw away these markers, thank you. Now there's one to the east. I'm guessing that's like down there somewhere. Yeah, okay, so it's like down there somewhere. Let's grab this, walk this way, explore this area, then head down to the quest. You returned. Did you find out where he was going? It was too quick for me. Really? Well, these things happen, I suppose. Nevertheless, thank you for trying. Truth be told, I do have a theory as to what he's up to. You see, every once in a while, I spot people feasting on Jatika bananas. They never say where they got them from, but if that man is venturing into the lower forest, he could be the one smuggling them. But it's too soon to go around making accusations. I keep looking into the matter, and until I find the truth, let's both keep quiet about this, eh? As promised, you deserve a reward for your time. Safe travels. How do they just hand me an Aether Current? Come on, Argos. There you go. Good boy. A nice little beach area. Another one of the big holes you do not want to fall into. To the south. I'm gonna go up. I'll find one later. The traverse will bring us straight into the Shatika heartland. Remember how you insisted this forest is green? Well, it's about to turn blue. This path is quite steep, isn't it? Let us take our time and descend safely. I spoke with one of the excavators on my way down. Apparently Bukul Jaja cleared away the one fallen tree remaining by barreling through it. That Wuklamat single-handedly defeated someone possessing of such physical might is nothing short of remarkable. Still, we ought to proceed with caution. There's no telling what his wounded pride might compel him to attempt. Do you have anything to say, Alize? Aaronville said this traverse was dug to facilitate incursions into the forest above. Intentions notwithstanding, you have to admire the dedication. Surely this has to be like some sort of special fate or like A rank or S rank spawn place. It looks like too specific to just be there. Okay, let's see. Just look at this thing. What a vibrant glow. Alluring, isn't it? In more ways than one. Take my paring stone and hold it close to the glowing rock. As you hold the paring stone in the soft glow, it affixes itself to the boulder with surprising force. Paring stones are natural magnets, and this is a meteorite filled with iron, one of many remnants of an Asian meteor shower. The heterogeneous aether, they admit, causes surrounding flora to glow unique hues, as you can see. Yeah, they glow a little bit. So these glowing boulders came plummeting down from the heavens? Vidral, be merciful. There you are. What is that wisp in the background? Blue. It's all blue. A far cry from the upper forest indeed. This place is already so fascinating. I'm eager to hear what the people of Mamuk can tell us about it. Keep running. We're almost there. Motherfucker. It's like right there, isn't it? Time to get sidetracked again. Maybe up here. I'm able to see it. Shit. Should probably also pay attention to where I'm going. There it is. Thank you. That makes sense with the 5 in the first area, 5 in the second area, 2 side quests in one area, 2 side quests in the other area, and the final main quest in that area. As this is also my first time visiting Mamuk, I have no experience interacting with the locals, but given Hunma Rak parting words, I would advise a cautionary approach. City of Silence. Finally in Mamuk, Buklamat is eager to make progress. Well, we all know what comes next. Let's find the Elector. 2 streets seem to converge up on this plaza, so I propose to split our numbers between them. Given Hunra Rook's guidance, I also suggest that we err on the side of caution and move throughout the city in pairs. Erenville can come with me, and Alice can go with Kryl. That leaves Lucy to accompany Wuklamat. If these arrangements are to everyone's satisfaction, then may our respective searches prove fruitful. Be right with you, Wuklamat, after I find a safer current. Next up is the one that's like up there that I suspected. Well, that's an issue. This is suboptimal. My teleport was falling? Yes, okay. I could at least teleport. Note to self, do not try to take a shortcut. Your words may as well be ambient noise for all the care dissidents and pays you. As you begin to speak, the man abruptly turns and leaves. Please tell me you've had better luck. No one would talk to you either. I was prepared for hard stares and harsh words, but this is something else. The building here, that building there looks like a shop, doesn't it? Let's go and take a look. A merchant wouldn't ignore us, surely. Hello there. We'd like to ask you something, if you don't mind. Move along, outsiders. We're just trying to find someone. The Dawn Servant Selector. Could you tell us where they are? How are we supposed to find the electorate? Nobody will even talk with us. Everyone, can you hear me? Come to the massive stone structure on the west side of the city, as quickly as you can.
Up there.
Bested by a mere shade.
Sororja? Papa?
Not as you know him. What you see is an arcane manifestation of the Dawn Servant as he was in his prime.
The Channeler is Zerelja, Autarch of Mamuk and Elector for the Feet of the Brotherhood.
Yolal's mightiest warrior, yet wisest you are not. You who spurned your retainer's aid when battering your betters.
To prove oneself superior to blessed siblings by surpassing the shade of Galul Jar Jar himself. That is the final feat. The first promise fought alone and fell short. But that is now the least of his concerns.
You could have let your foolishness end with your failure. But instead, you attempted to harm an anointed elector. Soralja, as of this moment, you are no longer a claimant.
You're not a claimant. I disqualify you from the right of succession. Be gone from my sight.
This isn't over yet. I will be the one to reach the Golden City.
When Zoralcha was defeated, he tried to take the keystone by force, but he was thwarted by Father Shade.
My dearest child, welcome home. This feat was made for you. Only blessed siblings could hope to defeat Gulul Jaja. But ere we begin, I would see the fruits of your triumphs. Come, show me your tablets. What is this? Where are your keystones? Explain yourself, boy! No matter. Not all can be expected to go to plan. What keystones you lack, you can easily take. tried. But I couldn't. I cannot beat her.
You mean to tell me that you, glory of Mamuk, for whom all here have sacrificed, were defeated by your inferiors? You are as useless as your siblings. A failure. Leave and never return! You have no place here!
Let's go, brother.
That's what you get for being a prick.
Worthless! Pathetic! This was our chance to claim sovereignty, and he ruins it! But when these stragglers fail, Gulul Jaja will be forced to extend his rule. And in the next rite, so come, stand before me, and fall.
I won't do your trial.
Oh? You intend to forfeit the right?
Papa wants his successor to intimately understand the country he loves. Every step of my journey, I've learned something about our peoples and their cultures. I would do the same here in Mamuk. The Mamulja deserve nothing less, so your battle can wait.
I'm of the same mind. Father named you an elector for a reason. There must be something that he would have us learn.
Do as you will. But until you triumph over the Shade, you shall proceed no further.
Promise, I would speak with you. Meet me on the western outskirts.
The elector we have met thus far have all had their peculiarities, but each we felt would judge claimant equally. This Zeral Jah, however, seems set in his belief that the only blessed siblings are worthy of the throne. Why would the Dawn Service name an openly biased man elector? Wearing over Zariel Jah won't get us anywhere. That lady, on the other hand, was the first person to address us with any civility since we arrived. We should go and meet her, hear what she has to say. The western outskirts, right? Thank you for coming. My name is Milal Jah. Here we may talk freely, away from prying eyes. And what was it you wish to talk about? Tell me, what do you think of Mamuk? Well, we don't have much to say yet. No one wants to speak with us. All who remain in this city are devoted to the traditional ways. They believe that blessed siblings are superior. Only they are worthy to lead the people of this continent. Most would not deign to address outsiders, deeming them beneath notice. Sounds like an ideal community so far as Bakul Jaja is concerned. I am tired, exhausted by this senselessness. There are others like me, but we dare not speak our truth out loud. Yet now we have an opportunity to reclaim our agency. For you have bested Bakul Jaja. You, a Shabral, inferior by all presumptions, triumphed over a two-headed champion. This time, anyway. Next time, I might not be lucky. Bakul Jaja is just that strong. I seriously don't understand why he cheats so much. It seems to me he would do better if he just trusted his own ability. He's desperate. Other blessed siblings have fallen before. Mullah Jaja of the Silver Scales, for one. He traveled across the salt in search of conquest, only to be overcome. But no matter how the individual may falter, the people still believe in blessed siblings' supremacy. Because of my father. He who united Tural under one rule, when their eye stands as testament to the tradition infallible. Regardless of your father's virtuous intent, his greatest triumph has only fanned the flames of our people's obsession. However, as both his daughter and the claimant of his legacy, your triumph could prove that Gulul Jaja's true strength, lies not in his birth, but in his character. In doing so, you may give us the strength to renounce blessed siblings forever. I can understand wanting to forsake zealotry. Isn't forsaking two-headed Mamulja going a bit far? You must decide that for yourself, whether the price we pay is worth an empty dream. Blessed siblings. Milalja has something to show you. There is a place that will help you understand our plight. It lies far to the west of here. Follow me. Before I follow you, I will go make something to drink, and I will throw you guys an ad whilst I'm away to prevent pre-roll ads. Yes, let's go for a wander. Let's see, is there any currents close by? There's one to the west. It. A meteorite up there? Aye, and judging by the attachment, the tree must benefit from the meteorite's unique aether. There. Anyway, we should press on. Milalja was anxious for us to see whatever it is she has to show us. A hunting camp? Like as not. I'd love to talk to Mamulja hunters and learn about their ways, except they would probably ignore me. The others have continued. Let's catch up to them. We have 3 left. This is the place you wanted to show us? It lies just beyond this passage. Entry to this ground is not permitted even to the devout. Nonetheless, I would reveal our secrets to you. Rest assured, I shall take full responsibility. Come, see for yourself the truth of the Blessed.
I shouldn't have looked down.
stone pier yonder. That is our destination.
To erect it there would have been no small feat.
The work of Yakui hands built long, long ago. Our forebears merely altered the entrance.
Altered? To what end?
It will be quicker to show you. We have beasts that can carry us below.
Cool cha-cha.
What? Couldn't wait to laugh at the failure?
Hang on, need to quick connect my headset to some power. So it was beeping that it was running up there.
You've always come here to cry. Ever since you were little.
Mother!
Now that changes things.
The third promise seeks to learn about Mamuk. She may be our chance to finally end what we have been powerless to stop. Talk with her. Tell her what we have done.
Fine. Perhaps it's only right that we be the ones to speak of it. Blessed as we are. Here. This vessel holds the remains of a two-headed Mamulja. An infant. We converted the ruins into a cenotaph, so the souls of these children wouldn't return as vengeful spirits. Do you know how blessed siblings are made?
I've heard that they are born to Hubago and Bunawa parents.
Such unions between clans were originally arranged to stop infighting. The war against the Shibral was going poorly, and we needed to be united. Then, one day, a child was born. One blessed with two heads and tremendous power.
When this child grew old enough to lead our army, we became unstoppable. The Shibral had no answer, and we drove them all the way back to the trees above.
conceiving more and more of these superior children, no matter the cost. Of the countless born, most die, trapped in their shells. Only 1 in 100 survive. If we are blessed, it is only because we yet live. Unlike our brothers and sisters who were sacrificed for the glory of Mamuk.
That's horrible.
Of course it's horrible. It's an atrocity we can never take back. Those children died so that we could live. So we had to succeed, no matter what. To fail would mean it was all for nothing. Nothing. But I did fail. I squandered their sacrifice. I should never have been born.
You're wrong. You didn't ask to be born as you are, and you aren't responsible for your siblings' deaths. The people obsessed with blessed siblings are. They made their choices, but they don't make yours. Since when do you let others push you around Bakul Jaja? What do you want? Say it!
I want it to end. I don't want any more to die.
Then you have my word. We'll put a stop to this madness.
Blessed siblings are revered by their supporters as a means to achieve dominance in Tural. If we understand why they harbor such aspirations in the first place, we would be better equipped to treat with them.
Indeed. I just hope they will be open to discourse.
Take me with you. Those fanatics treat my words as gospel.
No. There will be trouble if your father finds out you're still here. Moshutural Zush. There we will gather the people and ask anything the Third Promise wishes to know.
Then take one of my scales. One that blends the Hubiko and Bunewa coloring. It'll serve as proof that you have our trust. People will do as you say if you show it to them.
Damn it, Square Enix. How do you make me feel partially sorry for the guy I have wanted to stab for the last, like, 20 hours?
I'm sorry for what I've said and done.
You had your reasons. I'm glad I could know them. Which is to say, you're not a complete alpaca's ass.
Thanks, Wuklamat.
Well, maybe it's for the best. Hatred is exhausting, after all.
Indeed. So let us make the most of our newfound friendship and bring together the people of Mamuk. We have much to discover.
Hey, Lucy, before we rejoin the others, can we talk for a moment? I really hated him. You know, Bakul Daja, with every fiber of my being. He tried to ruin Ihihana, sabotaged us on the river, kidnapped me from my keystone, and released the most vicious Tural Vidral of all time. Anything he could do to cause us pain, he did. Never in a million years would I forgive him. But that moment I understood why he did what he did. The pain he's carrying this whole time. All my anger just evaporated. He still needs to make amends, though. I hear you, Bakul Jaja's motives don't absolve him of his crimes. He must answer for them, like anyone else. But right now, my duty is to ensure that no one in Mamuk feels desperate enough to go to such lengths ever again. Anyway, thank you for listening. Now that I've noticed that, I feel readier for the challenge ahead. Come on, let's head back to the city. Also, now that I voiced that, not... No, sorry about that. Let's see. A dungeon at... Should be approaching a dungeon now then. No! No, stop it. Stop fighting me. Go away. I don't want to fight you. Ooh, what are you? Pretty is what you are. The start of this song is so weird. It has caught me off guard every single time I've heard it now. Well, I suspect I'll be coming back here. Now where is this thingy of wind? Oh. Ah. Found it. Was more or less where I suspected then. What a cute animation. There it is. No currents. That is what I was expecting. I don't know why I clicked it. Bakul Jaja's scales represent his faith in us. We won't fail him or his people. Scale of Trust. Alfino is ready to bring the people together. We haven't a moment to lose. According to Milal Ja, Mokshutural Zoi is an abandoned settlement northwest of the city. It should afford us the privacy we require. We must work quickly, lest Saril Ja discovers our attention. Unfortunately, Bakul Jaja ought to give us additional scales, so we might cover more ground in less time. So, everyone should take one and get going. Use them to gather as many people as you can. Lucy, let's retrace our steps. Maybe this time we can convince folk to lend an ear. This is the inside of the shop, isn't it? Would be here, yes. Did I not tell you to move along? I can't be seen talking to with the likes of you. Blessed scale in an outsider's hand. What business do you have with me? Bakul Daja sent you to call an assembly. I'm not sure what to make of this, but I shall go to Moksutural Zoi at once. Scale. The Blessed trusts you, and so will I. So, what is it that you require of me? Bakul Jaja bids us to come to Mox Zoi. Strange place for an assembly, but very well. I will not refuse he who fights for our dreams. Have you managed to gather some of the good folks? Wonderful. The esteemed Bakul Jaja will be pleased. This fellow here will be coming to Moxutural Zoi as well. Apparently, there's a Najul nursery just to the west called Goi Magic Grove. Could you go there and see who you can talk to there as well? I'll meet you at the Moxutural Zoi afterwards. There's just one more person I need to find. Leave this place, outsider. Oh, my apologies. I was unaware. I thank you, blessed Scalebearer, for bringing me word of this gathering. I shall away to Moxutural Zoi at once. Where's Wuklamat? Found her. Sorry to keep you waiting. You invited the second promise as well? Lamati, need I remind you that this rite is a competition? Whatever advantage you're about to share with me, you ought to utilize to your own benefit. I have barely made headway in communicating with the locals. At this rate, you lead the race to the Golden City. I need your help to complete the feat. No. Mamook has a problem I can't solve on my own, and you're the most clever person I know. I want you to hear the people firsthand, so that we might come up with a way to help them. Very well, I'm at your disposal. Everyone, thank you for gathering on such a short notice. I am Wuklamat, third promise of Tuli Jolal. What? I thought you served Bukol Jaja. You deceived us? No, they did not. The scales they showed you were mine. I entrusted them to the third promise and her retinue. You honored these outsiders so? Or why honor these outsiders so? Because Wuklamat has won my trust. Now you will hear her words. Bakul Jaja shared with me the truth about blessed siblings, about the price you pay to conceive them. As an outsider to your community, it's not my place to judge you or your culture. Culture is born of the experience of its people, of their lives and their lands. But it breaks my heart to know that yours has brought you all so much suffering. If any here wish to break from the cycle of tragedy that creating blessed siblings demands, I ask you to join us. Please, I don't want any more of our children to die. You think we want this? We have no choice. Only blessed sibling can liberate us from our suffering. Without them, we have nothing. That remains to be seen. Speak with the third promise. Share with her your worries and your pain, and together we may find a way forward. Together? If she is trustworthy, then I will speak with her. It would be best if you withdrew, my son. Many cannot yet speak freely in your presence. Let's keep an eye out for Zoril Jah. He wouldn't take kindly to this sort of gathering. Once we understand everyone's concern, we'll be better equipped to help them. Let's make sure they feel heard. I'm glad Koana agreed to help us. He's always been good at solving complicated problems. Me, not so much. But I'll support Mamuk's people however I can. By combining our respective strengths, we'll help them discover a new source of hope. I know we will. There we go, level 95. Before she hears the people, Wuklamat would like to ensure she is prepared. Alright, Lucy, before we start, let's make sure we're remembering our history correctly. The Mamul-Jah and Shabral fought for centuries over the land in the upper forest, but due to infighting, Mamul-Jah forces struggled to make significant gains. In order to promote cooperation, the Hobbigo and Bunewa clans intermarried, and that's how blessed siblings were first conceived. With that in mind, let's speak to the people and learn why they rely on blessed siblings. Blessed siblings promise us more than strength. They promised us the sun. The forest is dark and inhospitable. When given the opportunity to live in Tuli Jalal, most of our people didn't think twice. Still, the prospect of being among so many outsiders was intimidating enough to keep many of us here. Blessed siblings are meant to deliver us from this accursed forest, to lead us to the fertile lands above, where we might make a place for Mamul Jah to abide in peace and plenty. So you desire a fertile land, one that is all your own. As you've noticed, this forest is very dark. Hardly any sunlight makes it through the canopy, so we feel like it's always night. We plow, we fertilize, we irrigate, yet our crops shrivel and die as though cursed. The only that grows well is Najul, Jatika banana in Turali. Try living on that and little else for a few centuries and see how you like it. A forest where nothing grows. It's hard to imagine why you'd want it. It's not hard to imagine why you would want to leave. Those who have known only open skies and bountiful land cannot comprehend our plight. To thrive, we must take what we lack by force, and for that, we need the might of the blessed siblings. There have been other ways to thrive, the ways that don't require fighting. The land was once rich with ore, but the Yokyu did not stop digging until all the veins were depleted. Meteorites are the only good for so much, even if we made overtures to traders, we have little to offer. Nothing would make me happy than to make a good life for my family in a place where I was born, but that's impossible. With resources as sparse as they are, you don't have a good prospect for trade. Well, I think I'm starting to understand. Everyone had their own perspective, but all of their concerns were about the forest itself. Dark, infertile, cursed. Hearing that, it's little wonder that people will wish they had better land, and who better to get it for them than blessed siblings? It's hard to conceive people to stay in a place that cannot provide what they need. You would think the meteorites, at least, would have value, but apparently not. Hold on, didn't Ereville mention something about a meteorite? That the aether they emit make the plants grow blue? A rather significant physiological effect, I would say. If we were to study these meteorites, we might discover other ways they influence local flora. I noticed a curious amalgam of tree and meteorite just south of here. Determining precisely how they interact with one another may yield crucial insight. Everyone, I really appreciate you for sharing your thoughts with us. Thanks to your insight, we have a promising idea already. We just need a moment to investigate further, so please bear with us. We'll be right back. It really is incredible how a tree could support such an enormous boulder. The meteorite's etheric emissions are palpable, even from this distance. Seeing this makes me feel more confident in sharing a theory of mine. I suspect that only plants with an etherical affinity to these meteorites can thrive in this forest. If so, the gargantuan trees that create the dense canopy would by necessity possess the same affinity, as well as the aforementioned nodule tree. Indeed, I would like to analyze samples of meteorite before drawing any decisive conclusions, however. I carry with me a few devices that will aid in this endeavor, but perhaps you and Kryle could lend your expertise as well. I would like to join. The etherical signatures of those meteorites may be crucial in determining what manner of species might fare well here. Ah, I think I see what you're getting at. If we can prove to them that the cursed forest isn't quite so cursed, maybe the people won't feel like blessed siblings are the only solution. How can I help? Want me to climb the tree and break off a piece of meteorite for you? There are plenty of fragments on the ground already. It should be enough for our purpose if we gather about 5 pieces each. Even better if those fragments are gathered from disparate locations. I will collect your pieces once you have them. Okay, so we have green and yellow. Or yellow. Maybe it just looked green because of where it was. See that it's in the water and that's what's causing it to look green. Yeah. The water. Okay, they're all yellow. Did you find your fragments? Much obliged. Elfino, Cry, and I will combine the gathered samples and conduct an analysis forthwith. Determining the wavelength may take a little while, but I'm hopeful that our efforts will bear fruit. I'll tell my sister to await our arrival in Moxturalzoi, so go and meet her there. We will return with our results as soon as possible. We've done all we can. The rest we must leave to Koana and the others. I don't know the first thing about all those Charlian devices of his, but if they can help the Mamuk, I'm glad he has them. I hope there's hope for this forest yet, Lucy. I can feel it. The feet of the Brotherhood. Wuklamat is determined to find a solution for Mamuk. I'm sure Zareel Jah would have choice word for us if he knew what we were up to. But his people are my people, and I can't ignore their plight. If I'm to call myself Dawn Servant one day, I have to bring an end to the tragedy here. Many are depending on me, but Kulja Jah not least of all. Anyway, I'm sure Koana and the others will be back with their reports soon. Good, everyone is assembled. In light of our news, I thought it's only right to call the others. Thanks to the effort of all, I'm pleased to say our analysis has yielded many valuable insights. And I dare say the prognosis is hopeful. Earlier, we asked about the hopes you place in blessed siblings, why they are important to you. Your overwhelming response was a frustration towards this forest. From a lack of natural resources to the inability to cultivate crops, in all respects you have struggled to build a prosperous home, thus your understandable desire for new lands. However, this would be an unfortunate dismissal of what makes your forest uniquely valuable. That is, the soil. Our tests have proven, without a doubt, that the Jatika Heartlands is abundantly fertile. You may be surprised to hear, as you have seen crops fail time and time again, but we have discovered the root of this problem as well. The meteorites scattered throughout your forest emit an unusual energy that greatly influences the development of surrounding plant life. Some plants thrive on this energy, like the Najul and the giant trees that create the canopy, but others, as you well know, are sickened by it. Fortunately, the solution is simple. Across the salt is a place called Charlian. There's a peerless collection of flora samples from every corner of the world. Now that we know what energies are most prevalent in your forest, we can offer you seeds and starters guaranteed to thrive here. I took the liberty of contacting a fellow colleague via Link Pearl. Should you desire them, a sample of our best candidates will be shipped out in short order. Just as the Eorzea's unique Popoto and Tomato from Tural, so might Mamuk benefit from foreign crops. You mean we're able to grow more than Najul here? Precisely. While care must be taken to choose those species that will not have an adverse effect on the ecosystem, your agricultural options should increase remarkably. With the right crops, Mamuk will have all it needs to prosper, both at home and in trade. Blessed siblings don't have to be the answer anymore. Then, there was never any need to fight, never any need to sacrifice. We can't change the past, but we can try to make the future better. Let the old teachings end with us. I know blessed siblings represent absolute strength to you. Letting go of that idea can't be easy. But I'll prove that when we work together, our combined strength can achieve anything. Show us. Promise? If there's a way for our children and our home, we will no longer suffer in silence. Sometimes we have to fight alone, but not this time. Would you say a few words, Lucy? Yeah. In friends both old and new, you can find the light to banish the darkness. Friends, a perplexing notion from an outsider, but not unwelcome. We've said what we wanted to say. Now all that's left is to defeat my father's shade in the feet of brotherhood and clear the way for Manmook's bright new future. Don't give us cause to question our faith in you. Please, live up to your words. I will. After we complete this feat, let's be sure to tell Zariel Jah the good news about his forest. I'm sure he's eager as anyone to eat what tasty foods they'll grow here. Compassion even for the likes of him, who continue to eclipse me in every way. Then it's a simple choice. We're counting on you, Wuklamat. Then it means that two of them are now out, and it's just me and the cat. It seems like the cat is kind of set on being like, I'm done. Wuklamat gonna head to announce her readiness. I never imagined the sample we so feverishly collected for the Exodus would find new purpose here. But if they help these people improve their prospect, all the better. Anyway, we should go and meet our comrades where Zariel Jah made his own attempt. The final feat awaits. I should go in here to get up there. Nope, Mr. Bot Spam, I do not want to buy viewers because I don't care how many people actually watch. Someone has gone to fetch Zariel. Someone has gone to fetch Sarilja. He should be here soon. Upon proceeding, several cutscenes will play. Proceed, yes. Let's go.
Zerelja, I'm ready for the final feat.
Grown weary of postponing the inevitable, have you?
Something like that. You see, I've learned all sorts of things about Mamuk and your people.
Is that supposed to impress me?
I now understand why I need to surpass Blessed Siblings. The cost of producing superior offspring is destroying your people's souls. Look at them, and you'll see this. So I'll defeat my father's shade and prove to you that there's a better path for Mamuk.
What drivel! Without the Blessed, we are nothing but weaklings! Doomed to fade into obscurity.
Of course you're weak. We all are, each and every one of us. But when we join hands, we gain the strength to overcome any foe, even Vali Yarmanda.
Enough talk. Prove your mettle against Gulul Jaja, the finest warrior ever to have graced Tural.
Fine by me. Not even Papa's shade will stop me from upholding his legacy.
I will fight alongside her.
Huh?
Claimants are not permitted to assist one another. Second promise. But you may observe your sister's pitiable attempt. I see. In that case...
That's one way to deal with it.
Claimant, I am now free to participate, I trust.
I mean, you could have just said that. This is a much more epic way to announce that you give up, so I approve of it. But you didn't have to do it this way. I approve, though.
What are you scheming? Nothing. I've simply come to realize who is worthy of following in Father's footsteps.
I was guessing it was gonna, like, forfeit. I guess I was right.
Not our brother. Not Bakul Jaja. And not me. You have always held the happiness of our people closest to your heart, Lamachi. So I will do everything in my power to ensure you ascend to the throne.
I like him.
This is how I shall repay Father for his kindness. This is how I shall serve Tuli Yolal.
I like him. He's a good character as well. To be fair, stuff for like all characters have been written very well.
We'll always count on you, Kona. Thank you.
It will make no difference. Numbers matter not in the face of true might. Gulul Jaja, mightiest of the blessed, arise!
Everyone ready?
I guess that's why that counted as one too many earlier.
Feelings, Papa.
Because he doesn't fight.
Riding on my shoulders, and the only way forward is through you.
I was too greedy.
Bear witness to our resolve.
In the research guides our journey.
So long as we stand together, we're unstoppable.
These blades sundered Valigarvanda scales.
Blades of fire rain.
Lesson learned, don't greed.
Take that!
What a chore. Ever hungry for battle. Go forth.
That's a big sword.
Everyone, get behind me! I've got a bad feeling about this.
Will you have the strength to stand up to this?
I will be the next Dawn servant. I will protect my people. Is that the best you can do?
Impressive! But I'm not finished yet.
We will see Lamachi become Dawn servant. From Tuliyola!
I like that. Not overly cinematic, but also not under cinematic, like the appropriate amount of cinematic.
That's my old man for you.
I refuse to accept this.
Ain't that a bit stubborn? Even for you.
Erugadin? It couldn't be...
Tanqua! It's been too long.
It has indeed. You're looking more imposing since last I saw you, Wuklamat.
Tanqua?
My Turali moniker. Galul Jaja insisted I take one, saying my birth name was too cumbersome for the local tongues.
That birth name being Ketenram, I presume?
No! Ketenram's that legendary Eorzean sailor. The one with the pickled cabbage.
We can talk about me cabbage later. Zarelja, whether you like it or no, these young'uns accomplished the feat. To deny Wuklamat her reward would be to betray the Dawn Servant's trust.
And what should she be rewarded for? Calling upon her minions to carry her to victory! Comrades, you believe a ruler should be reliant upon such?
Together, we can achieve anything. You needn't place your faith in the promise of blessed siblings.
How would you have us reclaim our glory?
With friendship and community. With us.
you should be more sparing with your offers of clemency. Especially to a man who has sacrificed countless young lives. Nevertheless, I will fulfill my charge as Elector. In recognition of your feat, I bestow upon you a keystone. Congratulations are nearly in order, I suppose. I'm confident that you will find the Golden City in no time. You've grown much, and more during this journey. Become someone ready to lead our nation. Little Lamachi no longer. As your brother, I couldn't be more proud.
Kona. Thank you.
I must express my gratitude for your cooperation. And my regret for failing to live up to expectations.
Nonsense. If you believe Wuklamart is the woman for the job, then you have our wholehearted support.
One last thing. I wish to speak to you both from the heart. Unpracticed as I am, this may sound hackneyed, but I am truly grateful to have met you.
Words spoken with such feeling would resonate with any fortunate enough to hear them. Though our journey together hath ended, ever shall we cherish the memories.
Aye. And should you require further esoteric musings or biting witticisms, don't hesitate to call. I dare say we'll come flocking. But I get ahead of myself. As I recall, our contract remains in effect until we've escorted the second promise back to the capital.
I leave my sister in your capable hands. See that she returns home safely.
I give him head pats. He's a good cat boy.
You've still miles to go yet, Wuklamart. The ride ain't over till you find the City of Gold.
I know. But if I can come this far, I can go all the way.
Let's go and tell the people of our victory. Third promise. Brought everyone? We were just coming to you. We did it, Milalja. We proved to the Autarch that not even my father's full power could overcome the strength of our fellowship. I knew you would. I was right to trust you. You fulfilled your promise. Now it's our turn. You've shown us another way, that we can build the lives we've always wanted, here, in our homelands, without sacrifice. Since our new crops will come from across the salt, I suppose we'll have to treat with outsiders as equals, of course. Inside or outside, we're all just people, no matter what we look like or where we were born. when you're not used to other colors and variety, differences can feel like obstacles. But by learning more of what makes us different, we can also find common ground in places we never expected. Something new may become something you love, and someone you once hated might one day become your friend. You'll never know unless you keep an open mind, and while it may feel scary, taking the first step towards understanding is always worth it. Of course, learning about the outsiders may help Mamuk grow. But what happens when they learn about us, about what we've done? They will not. For generations, our covenant has been kept secret, and so shall it remain. The atrocities committed were facilitated by the Autarch. We and no one else are responsible. For my deed, I am prepared to forfeit my life, but I will not suffer others to be damned alongside me. No one's being damned, and your life isn't forfeit. The last thing the city needs is more death. Okudaja hasn't fought this hard for this long only to lose his father. If you truly feel responsible, be the first person to extend understandings to others on behalf of Mamuk. Your community is waiting for you, here and in Tuli Jolal. We can still make things right, my love. Here's a different side of history. Thank you for the promise. Thank you for everything. You still owe me an explanation about that cabbage, you know? People can accept your merchants and vendors now available for use. Nice. Enhanced Delirium. Changes Blood Spiller to Scarlet Delirium and Quietus to Impalement. I can look at this, I guess. I approve. I like it. I'll have to find out the targeted version somewhere else. Road to the Golden City. Kettenram, living legend and Eorzean explorer extraordinaire, would like to chat. This ain't no place for a proper chat. The cabin's just north of the city. Blue Eyes Abode, as people here call it on account of me dazzling twinklers. First, side quests. So I'd like to see what the vendor has. Vendor in here? No. I should learn to not jump through questionable places. That's how I got stuck last time. What do you have for sale? Ooh, interesting color. like that. That's pretty. Another hat the arrows can wear? What is this? Like it. Magical one look like? Nice. Improve. Prudent Hunter. This prudent hunter would appreciate your discretion. You're a traveler, are you? Could I ask you for help with something? There's so many prying ears here. Come and meet me on the other side of Golmagic Grove. Will do. We'll pick up this quest on the way. Sidil Ja eyes are brimming with tears. You're one of the third promised retainers, aren't you? Please help me. My name is Shidilja, and my husband and I were attacked by vipers outside the city. He fended them off so I could escape, but he's no match for them alone. I know I have no right to ask, given how our people treat outsiders, but I'm begging you, please save my husband. His name is Gutalja, and he is near Golmanjik Grove. Please hurry. Now let's try out, what are they called? Scarlet Delirium, Comeuppance, and Torque Cleaver. We like it. What are the potencies here? 6, 7, 800. Nice. It's a lot better than 580. You have my thanks, stranger. I take it my wife sent you. Virus don't usually attack people. I hardly knew what was happening before they were on us. But that's neither here nor there. Let's return to Mamuk and see that you receive a proper reward. Shidilja should be anxious for our arrival as well. Good. You made it. I need you to help handling a small but quite irritating problem. Have you heard of Blue Leafkin? They supposedly were once Mamalja who were cursed for some misdeed or another. Those who believe in that sort of thing are terrified to make any contact. They fear they'll be cursed as well. I personally don't believe there's any truth in it, but that wouldn't stop people from thinking I was contaminated for crossing paths with one. For a blessing, Blue Leafkin generally keep to themselves, deep in the forest, but recently one has been spotted wandering around these parts. That's why I need someone unbeholden to Mamook superstitions to dispose of it, and to speak no word of the deed. But they look so cute. Fine, I'll murder him. Scarlet Delirium. Comeuppance. And Torcleave. Thank you, traveler. Now we'll be able to hunt these forests without fear. We have many stories of the Blue Leafkin, but none agree on who among the Mamulja was cursed first, or for what misdeed. Some say it was a Dopro punished for felling trees, others say it was a Bunawa punished for burning them. Each clan insists the blame lies with another, of course. Honestly, I think it's just a tale to keep people away from the dangerous and forbidden areas of the forest. Just the other day, one of our own went and pursued a mark in that direction and hasn't been seen since. The Blue Leafkin just now? Could it have been? No, it's just a story after all. Anyway, you've done us a great service. I'll be sure to keep to our normal hunting grounds and see if we can't find our missing friends. Or missing friend. Oh, a thousand blessings upon you. My Gotalja is safe thanks to your kindness. I don't know what I would have done had you not arrived when you did. Most of our able-bodied fighters have left the city in search of mercenary work, you see. As I once did myself. You're from Mayorsia, aren't you? I toured across the salts in my younger years. That is, until I suffered an injury enough to send me home for good. Now I can hardly manage to ward off the occasional feisty viper, it would seem. Glory days mean little when you can no longer protect your loved ones. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Besides, those vipers weren't feisty, they were positively feral. I still can't believe we were attacked by such normally docile creatures. Something had agitated them, though I can't imagine what. Still, if our local warriors are being driven into a rage, that doesn't bode well for us. I realize this is more than you bargained for, stranger, but could you be willing to help? It's unheard of for buyers to attack Mamulja, so we need to determine what's going on before someone gets injured. Leave it to me. There's little in it for you, mind. Don't get your hopes up. Thank her, dearest. She is doing us a kindness. Right. Just not used to the open generosity is all. Thank you, stranger. We're counting on you. Well, I'm gonna be gone until God knows when. Because you gave me the thing I wanted. Bye-bye. Actually, hello again. Passing by. Why did you choose to settle down in Mamuk? You haven't exactly been welcome to outsiders, legendary explorer or otherwise. All the more reason to keep a weathered eye on him. Though seeing how you've won them over, I think I'll need to be less vigilant. I'm here at Gubal Jaja's behest to ensure his hard-won peace is kept, and incidentally, to remind Surreal Jah of his duty as a lector should he have forgotten it. My old man ordered you to stay here? That's no way to treat an honored guest. I did say I'm more than your father's guest by now. Or didn't you see the sepulchre atop Workhorse Ormor? That's right, Kettenram was one of the names. Your father and I fought shoulder to shoulder in many a battle, Valigarmanda being but one of our triumphs. He and I are brothers. So when your brother tells you to stand watch, you stand watch. You trust in his judgment and his strength of will, even if that means you have to sit out the occasional scrap. Surely you understand such a bond, surrounded as ye are by all these bright and eager faces. I do. My comrades are my strength, and it's thanks to them that I understand Papa's hope for this nation, but I must continue to protect. Then prove your readiness for the throne, Wuklamat. Find the Golden City. Oh, I will. With these ones beside me, even uncovering a legend should be child's play. Especially since I believe I already have. All by yourself? How? When? Well, as you know, electors are forbidden from giving unfair advantage to claimants. But when Hunmeruk refused to divulge why my grandfather passed through Ikbrach 20 years ago, his silence spoke volumes. You think Galuf wizards had something to do with the Golden City? Precisely. Moreover, only the Hokyu who lived in Yaktel ever dreamt those golden dreams. When exposed to certain triggers, those with magical aptitude have been known to receive visions. And if Gurfurlur's abilities are at all representative, the Jokyu are no stranger to the arcane. Which means the Dreamer of Eld likely owe their experience to their inherent qualities and their proximity to the city itself, here, in these forests. And all we need to do is search Yaktel from top to bottom, right? It could behoove us to try and narrow our focus. To that end, I propose we return to Mamuk and make inquiries. While there, we can all take the opportunity to see to any necessary travel preparations. When everyone is ready, let us assemble at the Aetherite. You are Juna's boy, ain't ya? She told me about you. Said she tasked ya with finding the Golden City. I might even succeed, despite my best efforts. I had begun to think it was a fool's errand. My own fruitless search in my youth proved as much. Yet here you are, older and wiser, playing the fool again. Courtesy of the company I've been keeping, perhaps. Wuklamat's not the only one to have grown thanks to her comrades. We'll find it together. Was I ever that young? Waited for me. It seems Kettenram knows my mentor, so we chatted for a bit longer. Elfino said to meet by the Aephorite, so I'll see you there. The merchants were more than happy to mend my gear and sell me supplies. One would hardly believe that they were ever adverse to aiding visitors. You won't believe how many Najul they gave me. Now, all we need is a hint to point us in the right direction. City of Gold, here we come. I think I can offer that much. I have an inkling of where the Golden City might be. Emilia and Zarilja, you've come to help us? As an elector, I am forbidden from speaking of the Golden City, but my wife is beholden to no such constraints. Then anything you can tell us would be greatly appreciated. Our people have lived here for centuries. There's no corner of this forest that we do not intimately know, save for one. You recall the place I showed you, where my son confessed the truth of blessed siblings? The stone pier stands at the entrance of the Sky Deep Synod, the final resting place for children we lost to our zealotry. Precious few are permitted beyond the cenotaph door, and we have not explored its deepest recesses. If the City of Gold is in Yaktiel, it may well be hidden there. Will you permit us to search for it? I have no reason to refuse you. No longer will we rely on blessed siblings, nor will we conceal the sacrifices we had to conceive them. The Synod is no longer under our protection. It's a dismal burial ground, and our children deserve better. Your bodies will be moved to a place of comfort and peace. I'm sure Bakul Jaja would appreciate that, and we're here to offer any help if you need it. Your father also visited the cenote. Come to think of it, it was many years ago by now, but a notable affair due to the foreigner he brought with him, a mage, I believe. Truly? The Dawn servant did not disclose his reason, but he descended past her cenotaph and into the old Hokyu quarries. Doubtless the very same one excavated by Vorporlor's dreamers. And the Golden City must be there. In the depths of the sky deep cenote. Thank you, both of you. We'll set out straight away. You will find a winged beast or two lingering in Gokdrak descent. They will carry you below. I believe in you, third promise. You'll make a magnificent Dawn servant. Sounds like dungeon time to me. This is it, everyone. To the Sky Deep Cenote. I'll try something. If I do standard. Doesn't really change much. Like, let's do standard compared to maximum. Yeah, there's no real difference. Let's change this down one step because apparently that seems to help. Some people say at least. But enable depth of field, radio blur, and rumble darkening can go. Actually, I should probably press apply when doing this, shouldn't I? Okay, that helps, but I am not liking that look. Yeah, I see the blurriness now that occurs when you have that. As I assume this is people were mentioning. I just keep the settings of this. I went down the wrong path, didn't I? Yeah, the road that actually leads to that place is... Oh well. Stop following me. Thank you. By the beast, Sky Deep's a note? Yes. This is the cenotaph, which means that beyond this door is, right of succession or no, disturbing the souls that rest here feels wrong. I know, but I can't turn back. Let's pay our respects at the very least. Let's go. I'm ready to complete my journey. The Sky Deep's a note, now accessible. What type of party can I make with the people?
Let's give it our all. I won't let you down.
'Twould be a pleasure as always.
Let's get to it.
Wuklamat can heal? That seems wrong. I mean, okay, I guess she can only DPS and tank, but this just shows because I don't have one for both of them. Anyway, before we start this dungeon, I am going to take a bathroom break. Also get something to eat. So, again, I will leave you guys with an ad. See you in a bit. And I have returned. Hello. Sorry for the wait. But, you know, food and bathroom breaks are important, as well as getting up and just moving a little bit every so often. Oh. How long do you think it will take to find a cube? Or a party? I'm guessing not very long. Not instant? Probably fairly fast. Oh yeah. Ah, yes, the two types of armor. The proper armor and the wearing basically nothing. Is there a healer that's basically naked? Yes. Not like you can end up walking into your own bubbles before you even realize where they are. But it is what it is. Either one. Interesting still though. Does it feel like these guys just aren't dying? They're taking so long. At least it feels like it's taking long. Considering those have arrows, I'm gonna assume we do not want to stand in line of the arrows. Turns out I was correct. I'm guessing we want to be like over here? Yes. Having just on the month gap closers is nice. Compared to when you had to like use them as damage. This is no longer quite looking like Tali Jalal. Yeah. What in the... Huh? When it comes to unexpected scenery changes, this is up there. damage, taking physical damage, so Dark Mind is going to be useless. Okay. Maul Skull Sculpture Site. I wonder where he got his name from. Goddamn mystery. Are we fighting Titan? Like Eden Titan? Because that is the same animation that Eden Titan does. That's unfortunate. Kinda need those guys. Well, you can see that we're already 23 minutes in. It's definitely hasn't been the fastest. At one point I was like wondering if the enemies were overtuned because they took way more way less damage than I was expecting. Those guys are not having a good day, are they? A knockback without any depth? What is this miracle? That was close. Lom, that would be toxic of me. We're already struggling enough as it is. Rip. Almost rip. They got scarily close. And he's gonna die again. Oh, good. Whew. Oh god. Oh dear. That's... I mean, they deserve it because they managed to keep this shit show alive, but that's an interesting portrait.
I thought this place was of Yokwi origin. But is this glowing stone their creation as well?
I don't believe so. I've never seen anything like it.
Then it's from an even older time.
Don't Don't tell me it's the Allagans again.
While careful study would be required to confirm, it does not appear to be reminiscent of their designs.
Occult light. Could it be?
There's something on the other side, but how did we get over there?
Oh, that's that mystery solved.
That's how, apparently.
Right then. Let's go and take a look.
That seal. That's Charlian and no mistake.
How do we open it?
Come and look at this. Your tablets might be a good fit, wouldn't you say?
Leave it to Alfino. Is this it? Is it Golden City?
Though there is some resemblance, it doesn't quite live up to what the Yokwi described from their dreams.
Well done!
efforts to the City of Gold and triumphed in the right of secession.
So we did it. We made it to the end.
You seem more perplexed than joyous.
It's just... This place is unlike anything we've seen in Tural. Never mind the peculiar stone. So I am given to wonder, what exactly lies beyond that gate?
Nothing less than the Golden City of Legend, I assure you. A circumstance prevents us from opening the gate. As to what the city is and what Carl of Valdesium discovered all those years ago, these knowledge and more I will share with you after your ascension. What you choose to do with it will be up to you.
The Golden City is real. It took a while, but I finally found it.
Come, let us return to Tuliola.
Home at last.
It's weird. It feels like it's like, this is the end, but we're level 95. So more or less half the story is still left. See you what, Karnak? Well, we've done it. We've seen Luklamat to victory in the right of succession. Like me, I expect we have no few questions about the Golden City, but it must wait until our claimant has settled into her new role. Even as we speak, she prepares for the ascension ceremony back at the palace. I'm giving to understand it will be held in a few days' time. In the meantime, let us all enjoy some well-deserved rest. You may now enter with trust, yes. For speaking several cutscenes for playing a sequence, recommend set a sufficient time. FFXIV is beaming at you. Dawn of a new tomorrow. Welcome back, and may I congratulate you on Wuklamat's victory in the right of succession. It is our great honor to host the comrades of our future Dawn servant. Such a grand journey has doubtlessly left you fatigued. Please relax and enjoy your stay. sometime later. Surprised to see me? I suppose it's only natural. May I come in? Of course. I haven't properly thanked you. That my sister was able to realize her potential is testament to the quality of her traveling companions, particularly you. For that, you have my heartfelt gratitude. Uklamat did all the work, I was just moral support. My primary business in calling is to deliver a message from Lamati. As you well know, after the Ascension ceremony, she will officially take up the mantle of Dawn Servant. She has expressed a desire for you to accept a post within her administration, while making no mention of me. You needn't decide immediately. My sister will broach the matter with you again after the ceremony. Whether you continue to assist Lamati or not is up to you. That's all, if you'll excuse me. You have become someone irreplaceable to her. As a brother, I acknowledge that with no little jealousy. But believe me when I say that I hope you'll stay by her side. And thus, it arrived. The day the Dawn Servant's Ascension ceremony. The day of the Dawn Servant Ascension ceremony.
What a crowd! As befits the changing of Dawn Servants.
It's starting.
The Dawn Servant!
Look! He's here!
The head of reason is resting again. Thought he'd grace us for this occasion at least.
People of Tuliolal, you honor us with your presence. For on this auspicious day, we witness the dusking of one era and the dawning of the next. The succession of Dawn Servants. But I've talked for long enough. Allow me to present a claimant whose determination, wisdom, and compassion guided them to triumph and the City of Gold.
my daughter, Wuklamat. Huzzah! Huzzah!
Long live the Dawn Servant! Long live Tuli Yolal!
Growing up in this city, I used to think I knew all there was to know about Tulihyolal. But my journey showed me how much I had yet to learn about the cultures, histories, and aspirations of this nation. Through the time-honored Ihana, the Hanuhanu taught me how they nourish and cultivate both the land and their bonds with visitors. And with their alpacas and tradecraft, the Pelupelu showed me the depths of their patience and fortitude, to know when to push through and when not to push your luck. From the moblins and their artisans, I gained insight into the power of creativity, that it is when we are filled with passion and bolstered by the support of others that we produce our best works. And in Kozamauka, I was moved by the history and hopes of the Yokhui, who believe that death isn't the end, that we live on so long as we remembered. I felt joy and harmony in Yaktel when I tasted Shibruk Bibil, the dish that marked the beginning of peace between the Shibral and Mamurja after centuries of warfare. And I felt sorrow in Mamuk when I met with those who placed their faith in the promise of blessed siblings, and for this were burdened with great suffering. Through the understanding we forged, I'm hopeful that they will find what they seek through friendship and community. For we are all Turali.
Understanding with Mamuk? What sorcery did she use on them?
All of which is to say that, as I've come to know our nation, I've seen the ways in which we thrive, and the ways in which we still struggle. Some in Kozamauka must resort to banditry to survive. A faction of Yokhui still cling to dreams of conquest. Not everyone lives in peace and plenty. And there's still so much of Tulihyolal I don't know. Places I haven't seen, and people I haven't met. That's why I hope to keep learning about and from you, that we might build a nation where everyone knows happiness. Because if there's one thing my journey has taught me, it's that your happiness is my happiness!
Excuse me, what is this music?
I say mine, but the Dawn Servant doesn't need to be a single person, does it? father led Tulihyolau to prosperity by the resolve and reason of his two heads. But my one head can only get us so far. To further change our nation for the better, I'll need someone else. Someone with the knowledge and insight that I lack. So what do you say? Be Dawn servant with me, Kona.
Mamachi, are you...
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Absolutely. You take reason, and I take resolve. Together, we make a full Dawn servant.
You'll have no objections from me, of course. But mine is not the approval you need.
During my time abroad, I experienced the benefits of foreign technologies, some of which I introduced to our nation. Dirigibles now soar the sky in the south, while locomotives traverse the land in the north. I was convinced that by imitating foreign powers, we could assert our strength and thereby deter invasion. Yet despite my intentions, I failed to understand what I was too eager to cast aside, and the very people I wish to protect. My own journey has taught me that culture isn't a hindrance to progress, but a shared value that binds us, connecting lives and generations. With your blessing, I vow to help Tulihyolau prosper in a way that honors the hopes and heritage of all her peoples. My esteemed predecessor would accept nothing less. For ultimately, I harbor the same wish as my sister. To give you cause to smile. That is my heartfelt desire.
Glad this didn't go to waste. This is the Lay of Legacy, the part of the Tulihyolau saga where you and I become the next Dawn servant.
Good heavens! Don't tell me this is what kept you so busy ahead of the ceremony.
Just so you know, I didn't decide this on a whim. After reflecting on all we've been through, I realized it was the only answer.
With this, both my brother and I have worthy successors. He would have been proud. Of course you knew. It's been 3 years since my brother left us.
Aww.
It cannot be. The head of reason is no longer with us.
Oh, tragic tidings.
I didn't want to believe it.
I'm sorry I never told you. We wanted the people to rest easy until our successor could be chosen. Planning the rite was my brother's final duty. He was determined for it to serve the nation's best interests, and labored nigh without cease. And then he died, forcing me to do the actual work. A sneaky bastard. But he did well. I have to give him that. The outcome speaks for itself. Though not quite to the original script, your new dawn servant rises. May they shine resplendent, and their rule bring light ever greater to Tuliolol.
Interesting choice to decide to basically have one of the sides be dead. Not expecting that. That's for sure. I do like this resolution though, that because as I said, like all of them have a little bit of a shortcoming. Having them work together is, I guess, a nice resolution to that. I mean, they were both like very good people, so I very much approve of this. Wuklamat was brilliant up there, wasn't she? The part with the second promise was surprising, but between the two of them, I dare say our new Dawn servants will be capable of anything. The future of Tuliolal is bright indeed. Earlier in Yaktiel.
Changes in the air, and it's all because of our little firebrand. Every Ilmer father's daughter, that one. I'll be watching where you steer this nation, lass. With what time I've got left.
Well, I guess you didn't have much time left. Trial is brimming with pride. Uklamat has truly come into her own, has she not? Indeed, even as she moved the people with her heartfelt word, she retained her characteristic spontaneity, as evidenced by her nomination of Koana as fellow Dawn servant. As sudden as it was, I would like to believe she gave it all due consideration. She could do far worse. Koana completed every feat except the last, and that he only forfeited to help Wuklamat secure victory. I look forward to seeing how Tali Yolal will prosper under their care. Everyone, thank you for coming. I could see you all perfectly from up there. That was an impressive speech, Dawn Servant. I told you, no titles! Besides, after everything you've been through together, you're nothing less than family. So, like my family does, I'd like you to call me Lamati. I'll try and pronounce it correctly. Oh, don't worry about that. However you say it, I know it would be with love. No. If we do mispronounce it, please correct us, but it would be my honor to call you Lamati. Mine as well. Indeed, consider us your Eorzean cousins, if such a notion appeals to you. Eorzean cousins. It's a little embarrassing, but not in a bad way. There's a lot I'd like to talk, but I need to make my round first. I want to thank my supporters who visited the occasion. Could you wait here for me? Of course, we'll keep ourselves entertained. That said, would you join me, Lucy? Sure. Wonderful. Come and meet me outside the Winged Walk, then. Ready? Let's go. Our first stop is Aunt T's Tacos. And not just for snacks, I promise. Vuk, Evu, and Mablu should be there. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Let's go, Wuklamat. Oh god, they actually let you jump all the way down. I was not expecting them to let me do quite that much of a jump. Dawn Servant Wuklamat, words cannot well express the profound joy your ascension has brought me. No need for formalities, I'm still the same old me. Alright then, I shall forgo formalities. But I cannot. You're a Dawn servant. Too disrespectful it is to address you without your due title. As Dawn servant, I'm ordering you not to bother with formalities. Alright then, I won't bother anymore. I could more easily converse with a drunken alpaca. Thank you for helping Wuklamat become Dawn servant, Lucy. Political opinion in our community may have been divided, but a Dawn servant's ascension presents us all with a prime opportunity, which is why I convinced everyone to participate in a commemorative sale campaign. A wonderful plan, no? My first big undertaking as a merchant. I do like the sound of a sale, so long as I'm not persuaded to buy too much. It's so good to see you all again. I wanted to personally thank each of you for your help. The Feat of the Reeds and the Feat of Gold were my first true tests as a claimant. If not for your guidance, I would have failed the rite of succession before I fully understood its importance. Now that I've given me a taste for celebrating culture, I can't wait to see what else Yulelal has to offer, in Jacques Tural, for instance. As always, you must observe proper etiquette. I would be happy to offer my service as a tutor, should you desire them. I can think of no better instructor. I'll be sure to bring Koana as well. Your duty as Dawn servant will be plentiful, but don't forget your promise to attend Ihihana next season. Of course, I won't miss it. When I've made a name of myself as a merchant, I'll come by the palace and tell you all about my biggest sales. I look forwards to it. I have been personally attending to your alpaca care, there to hope to see you at the ranch again? Tell my fluffy, spit-filled friend that Wuklamat will visit soon. Anyway, y'all have to excuse us. Oh, you haven't seen Fontaine around here, have you? A tall, slim fellow with long, pointy ears? Saw him a matching description by the weapons dealer in Bayside Bevy, in the company of a moblin and a pair of Fukyoi, if I remember correctly. Bayside Bevy. Got it. Enjoy the festivities, everyone, and the tacos. Dawn servant, you honor us with your presence. Thank you for coming, everyone. I know the journey to Yulelal isn't a short one. Oh, long road worth the travel to congratulate new Dawn servant. To hear the head of reason has passed brings me sorrow, but we who remember him will ensure he lives on. May the acolytes of his day be as offerings to the future he envisioned. The High Luminary and I attend on behalf of Warlar's Echo. Had our people come en masse, we would have been an obstruction. Nonsense, you're always welcome, all of you. It's your city as much as anyone's. I'm glad to see you hale and whole, Lucy. I know little of the particulars. I can only imagine your latest adventure have been both long and colorful. Beginning with near shipwreck, if you all remember, yet here we stand, celebrating the ascension of your claimant. When my journey began, I thought only of preserving the peace of my father's works that my father worked so hard to create. But the feat of pots, the feat of proof, and the feat of ice showed me that peace is not simply the absence of war. Being able to live together in safety and happiness, that is what my father envisioned for his nation. That's the Turiali I want for you all. So I promise you this, as Dawn Servant, I will do everything I can to bring that same happiness to the bandits in Kozama Uka and the Yokyu of Shirvagur Saltern. I won't forsake them. As I was moved by your father's influence, so too may the Shirvagur come to accept your peace. Their beliefs have stood for millennium, were not easily shifted, neither are they immutable. Well, I can be pretty determined. They'll come around eventually, mark my words. I can vouch for the efficacy of such determination. Thanks to the Moblin's hospitality, I've been able to rediscover the joy of my craft and honor my father's legacy. Now that good living is secure, the village overflows with field smiles. Such cooperation between help hands and potsworn is the very spirit of healthy pot pact. A partnership like yours is bound to be fruitful. I look forward to seeing the fantastic pieces you produce. There's some other people I'd like to see, so we should take our leave. Let's try and find Hunmiruk. The Shabar Raksh? I believe I saw him on the sands below. The Gleam Sands, thank you. Enjoy your time in the city, and remember, this will always be your home too. My, you honor us with a personal visit, Dawn Servants. Congratulations upon your ascension. No, none of that. My title may have changed, but I'm still just Wuklamat. More than just, I'd say. You've grown into a leader fit for this nation. Your father must be proud. I hope so. But big events like this make me wonder, you know, what my birth parents might say if they knew. I imagine they'd say that it fills their heart with joy to see the strong, compassionate woman you have become. I owe you my thanks as well for fulfilling your promise to me. I told Bakul Jaja to stay with us so we could all congratulate you in person. But he marched off, muttering something about not being able to face you just yet. The boy needs purpose. Purpose beyond catering to the demands of others. He is always too obliging for his own good. I'm sure he'll find it in his own time, especially if he knows his family is there for him. That we are. By the by, have you seen Kettenram anywhere? Tankwa, that is. Kettenram, was it? A strong name, if a bit exotic. We called upon him before leaving Mamuk, but he wasn't at home. I don't recall seeing him at the ceremony either. First Promise was notably absent as well, though I assume he required time to solve his injured pride. Everyone thought he would be the one to succeed Papa. My victory must have come as quite a shock to him. As for Tuanqua, I'm sure he's around here somewhere, or ready to appear when we least expect him. We'd best be going, but relax, enjoy, and make yourself at home, and come and visit us anytime. Alright, I think I found everyone I could find. Let's return to the others in the winged walk. I wish I knew a way to make my FPS not be 20 in this zone, but let's try like this. Like even now, I'm still only getting like 30. That's like the only thing that isn't changed is like the texture resolution. So I just don't know if there really is anything to do about it, to be honest. The FFXIV is above me. Assuming you're watching Melody or Lom, either of you, is your game also suffering in like the capital? Like really suffering? I know I'm suffering basically everywhere, but that's because I am using, or that's because I'm streaming as well. So that's not too surprising. But like in the city, it just gets smacked with down in the performance department. Welcome back. I hope you didn't rush on our account. Okay.
Seen everyone you wanted to see?
Because I assume you can see on my stream like just how framey the city is for me, and that's like any big play, like any like town or city is that bad for me, and I don't know why. I'd have to check it out when not streaming to see if maybe it's better then. That's the only thing I can think of. Otherwise, I would have to try to like relaunch the game with lower texture resolutions, but that's a future solution. Anyway, thank you for the answer though, at least.
I have. Sorry for keeping you all. Now, there's just one last matter. What Kona spoke to you about. I'm sure he made it abundantly clear, but I'm completely serious. I want you to stay in Tulishola with me. I'm not forcing you, of course, but should you wish it, you always have a place here. Ah, that's right. This is for you. A permit granting passage to Shaktural, which, as I recall, you've yet to see. An adventurer like you could hardly resist, no? I can't believe our journey is over already. You accepted me as a comrade and stood with me to the end. You have my eternal gratitude. Thank you. Well, I had better get going. I need to...
Yep.
I'll be sure to share what my old man says about the Golden City, too, once he tells me.
Well, I had better get going. I need to start learning all my official Dawn Servant duties.
Till then, feel free to pass the time as you like.
For now, I will remain in Tural. There's someone I'd like to see before returning to Charlian.
What about the rest of you?
Alize and I also intend to remain a while longer. As educational as this experience has been thus far, we feel there are even more lessons to be had for Garlemald. By hearing about the peace your father facilitated, and then seeing you reforge relations with Mamouk, we were reminded of a profound truth. That is, acceptance begins with understanding.
And, like you demonstrated throughout the rite, there are unexpected yet effective ways for two sides to understand each other. The question is how to encourage it, and by seeing more of this nation born of unity, we hope to find some hints.
Personally, I can hardly wait to learn more about the City of Gold. So, if I may, I'd like to stay in Tuliyolal as well.
By all means, your rooms are at your disposal for as long as you need them.
And what of you? Thinking of touring Shaktural, perhaps? Of course. You're hardly the type to leave half a continent unexplored.
Then perhaps we could travel together? The person I intend to meet is my mentor, so I'll be visiting my hometown in Shaktural. If you have no particular destination in mind, I'd be happy to guide you en route.
Then it's farewell for now. Take care, all of you.
When you're ready, come and meet me at the Shaktural Skygate.
We're friends to the end, you hear me? Friends to the end!
Aww. I want to see something. Okay, so I seem to have found the issue, and the issue seems to just be that I'm capping out the clock of memory and GPU clock on my CPU or my GPU, because just looking at it, like total power consumption is fine. I'm only using about half of the memory of the GPU. Yeah, like I'm only using about 4 to 5 out of the dedicated GPU memory. So I'm just guessing there isn't really anything to do about my performance issues other than like just lowering all of the settings, maybe playing at 1080p. Oop, let me control back. And unfortunately, the only real solution to helping with that is if my GPU is capped is a new GPU. Considering I already have a 3070, I don't have the money to buy like a 30 or 4080 or something is what I would need. Reflected, thank you very much for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Never mind, you're a spam bot, then you can fuck right off. Bye-bye. Past these gates and over the bridge lies Shaktural. You have your permit, yes? Packed and ready? No last minute stops to make before we leave? Forgive me. I'm afraid traveling with a new Dawn servant may have scarred me for life. Dawntrail. Nice. Meanwhile, in the depths of the sky deep Cenote. This is the gate to the Golden City? 2 decades ago, your father bade me transcribe a letter to a scholar across the salt petitioning the study of this place. What he discovered was something the Dawn Servant feared enough to seal away forever. So we fought until the right's objective became this city of gold. But to think that Tanqua would be entrusted with its safekeeping, had I known the doddering old fool carried a set of keystones, we might have spared ourselves those tiresome feats. Great power sleeps here, and with it we shall obtain your birthright. So you say, yet the new Dawn Servant succeeded where I could not. Taking the throne will not be no easy task. The resilient son underestimates his own potential. There is no need to worry. I have liberated the key from the Dawn Servant's vault. You alone have the means to unlock the gate. Oh, you will gain all you were denied. The right, your father's shade. These bitter memories shall soon be forgotten. Seize your future, promise. Open the gate and become the ruler you were destined to be. It's working. Is some there can hear me? At last. Who's there? Show yourself. If only I could. Alas, this gate will not open for me. Only the key in your possession can connect us. Then, you are the guardian of the city's great power? I do not claim this power is great, but knowledge I possess is enough to realize any desire to remake worlds. Is that so? Fascinating. Name your price then, for my desire is the world itself. Yes, yes, the resilient sun rises. Together we shall create a nation worthy of our rule. Nope, I missed his voice line. What? Promise? What? Why? The useless tool is cast aside. Deliver me a new world, one that bends to my will. As you wish, but in exchange... Sorry about that. I was just reading a conversation going on in the FC chat. Erendel. The long road to Yaktural. Shaktural, not Yaktural. Yaktural, we've been Shaktural. Why do the names have to be so goddamn close to each other? Erendel is ready to set off. Ready to get underway? Ready to get underway? Then present your travel pass to the guard and let us be off. You won't have to wait long to enjoy sightseeing. The bit of Shaktural is a wonder on its own right. The gate is barred to all. The gate is barred to all save those with express permission from one of the Dawn servants. I mean, like this. Signed by Wuklamat herself. My apologies, miss. If you would wait here just a moment. We have entered the Wild
On
West.
the far side of that great bridge unfolded the wilds of Shaloni, where the sun guides in the Shatonatam. A harsh guide, to be sure, with its blazing rays scorching the land and hardening its inhabitants. But sweeping change had come to the arid expanse when, beneath its red crust, vast deposits of ceruleum were discovered. Embracing this opportunity, Vau Kona supporters hurtle on, driven by dreams of a future illuminated by blue flame. It is here that our journey continues, our path taking us along winding roads of steel. Each length of track a declaration of hope and ambition. My home, Yasulani, lies past Shaloni. It will be a long journey, but the railroad should make it easier. As for the way to the train station, let's ride these fellows, shall we?
I like the tunes here as well. But I'm sucking at it again. Short on Ronique. Afraid so. If one will suffice, I have a creature ready and waiting. But if you need two, then you'll have to wait. The Ronique have been acting strange of late, more easily spooked and otherwise disagreeable. Picking out the few fit for Renton prove him bothersome work. They are usually so docile, and the ones I saw earlier didn't happen to appear to be unhealthy either. But much has changed since last I was here. Not the best start to our journey. Still, the train station isn't far. Seeing as we aren't in a hurry, let's go by foot. About that, sir. As well traveled as you look, it's not only the Ronic that have been giving us trouble. Other wildlife have been shown of aggression too. A merchant should be returning soon with one of our beasts. Stick around till they do, and I'll see you both, Ronique, for a safer trip. Your offer is most appreciated, but I don't think my friend here is particularly concerned about the wildlife. But the Ronique, Aaronville, the Ronique! Haha. If this is your first time in Shalawani, I can understand your enthusiasm. It would be a shame not to ride one at least once whilst you're here. A fair point. If we were to give you the authentic Shalawani experience, I suppose it's worth the wait. Right, change of plans. There's a small town nearby. We can pass the time there while waiting. Take it you're heading to Usatahawi, then? I'll have a man bring the Ronique over there. Just mind yourself around the drunkard and troublemakers, eh? Last time I was here, it was little more than a camp with a shop or three.
Well, well. It's become a proper town.
Now hold on a minute.
Some sort of trouble.
I'm talking to you, you old bastard.
Give me strength. For the last time, the investigation is closed. There's no refuting the evidence.
I don't give a shit about your evidence, you lying scum. You release my friends, or I'll make you wish you had.
Let me remind you who the scum is here. Your friends, who had the temerity to point their firearms at me, the deputy chief of the Dust Watch. And after taking them into custody, what should we discover but incontrovertible proof that they had committed larceny? They will not be released until they've paid for their crimes.
I'd heard the peacekeeping force had been formed to deal with growing lawlessness. Seems the situation is bad indeed.
Still can't get up a fuss, eh? Sounds like poor Zekua needs his bottle.
Sure he wouldn't prefer his mama's teat? Treat me like a child, will you? My friends haven't done anything wrong, damn it! They've been framed!
Oh, stubborn little runt. Listen here, Zekua. If you want to be treated like an adult, then you'd best comport yourself like one. That means respecting the rule of law. Order may be precarious here in Shaloni, but it can be had if each man does the right thing. And for those that don't, well, they have to answer to the Dust Watch. Now run along and think before you cast aspersions next time. Lest you hurt my feelings.
Fine! If that's how it's gonna be.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Hello, Estinian.
Is that?
What the fuck are you doing here?
There's a time to fight and a time to withdraw. For you, that's now.
What? Hey!
What are you doing, Zekua? You better not be stirring up trouble.
Wahute! You sack of Ronek shit! This ain't over! You hear me?
You want to tell me what that was about?
Nothing that need concern you, sir. Zekua is simply struggling to come to terms with the low character of his friends. But for good measure, I'll have the men keep an eye on him.
Yes, you do that.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go make my rounds.
wasn't expecting to see your faces among the crowd. Talk is rife, there's a new Dawn servant. Take it you found it then. The Golden City.
Aye, the contest is over. And as I needed to return home to Yasulani, I offered to show our friends some of Shak Tural.
Because why not, Celeste? I guess they hadn't managed to fit the Wild West into somewhere else, so I guess they just decided, fuck it. Shak Tural is the Wild West.
What brings you north?
Nothing in particular. Just seeing what there is to see.
Oh, very like you.
Gulul Jaja compensated me rather generously for our duel. I'll be able to enjoy a comfortable life on the road for the foreseeable future. But for now, I shall be moving on. Oh, by the way, I recommend you try the Sabba tender. They may not look it. They're surprisingly delicious.
But we don't serve sabotender here.
No sooner do we set out than we run into excitement. At least no one was hurt. The Dustwatch has their work cut out for them. For as long as I can remember, all disputes, big and small, were settled by dueling. The people of Shalawani rarely saw eye to eye, and for better or worse, it was the simplest way to settle differences. Since most would sooner not risk their life, though, it encourages parties to pursue peaceful relations in a roundabout fashion. The Dustwatch was likely established by supporters of Koana, preferring peace be enforced through the formal rule of law. That's a thing. I don't think there is a zone much north of this zone though, because at least it doesn't look like it on the map. So I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. A reasonable stance, all things considered. If things ever got out of hand, the Landguards would be forced to step in. What freedom they have now would be lost under Zerulja's authority. There was a reason that was outlawed eventually, because people may or may not have taken advantage of that. All of which is to say that, unless a lengthy stay in a jailhouse appeals to you, be mindful of how you handle your arms in town. Erenville would not dither about for long. I should like to think that the stableman has arrived with the Ronique by now. I'll go on ahead to check. If you still want to have a look around, then be my guest. Come and find me when you have your fill. The friend, I take it. Sorry to have kept you both waiting. Unruly wildlife, not the only unruly wildlife's not the only source of recent distress, I'm afraid. Also been a rise in robberies targeting merchants. As a result, we've gotten a lengthy list of folk wanting to use our Ronique, which is why I have to ask you to stop at Chesenewezi Springs. That's fine, of course. But why haven't the Dustwatch dealt with this banditry? Kamaka and his fellows are doing what they can, but they reckon the bandits are operating as a gang. Rounding them all up is easier said than done. If you have anything of value, you will want to take care. Thank you for the warning. We'll be sure to stay vigilant. Right then. If you're ready to set off, I'll see you on your way. Ready? Then saddle up. Your friend seems to know the way, so I won't bother giving you directions. I forgot to attune to the Aetherite, didn't I? Yes, I did. Good job, me. No sooner did we dismount than the next passengers are already on their way. They really are short on Ronique. Now then. This is Chesenewezi Springs, perhaps the busiest town here in Shaluani. People travel here from all over hoping to find their fortune. The change came to Husatahawi was surprising enough, but this is no less impressive. They've achieved a great deal in the 3 years I've been away. The station is on the eastern side of town, but there should still be time before the next train departs. If you don't mind, I'd like to pay a visit to an old friend of my mentor. Iara is her name, and if she learns that I passed through here without saying a word, she'll never let me hear the end of it. She set out from our village some 10 years ago, hoping to earn coin as she traveled about Tural. I can but assume she too came here seeking greater opportunities. In any case, let us see if we can find her. Her blue hair should make her easy to spot. It's these sabotenders. Oh god, it's coming for me. It's coming for me. Stay away. Stay away. Go away. I chose the hardest possible way to get up here. There it is. It is a normal enemy. It just looks out of place. There, I see more of them in the distance now. Okay, then it looks less out of place now. It just looks so weird with just a singular one. When do we get the next thing? Level 100? Oh yeah, 98 I get improved rampart. Or improved reprisal. And after that at level 100. Ashton. Ashton. Thank you. That's far. Okay, that would do with wandering around for Apricorns for now. Hmm? Yes. Amiate. And who might you be? She's my friend. Could it be? Goodness, it is! Elena Erenville, yes. A man grown. You were such a darling little thing as a child. You know, it's only been 3 years since we last spoke. Really? Only 3? I suppose it all starts to get hazy after a while, living as long as we do. This is Iara. She has known my mentor since they were children. Nice to meet you. Never thought I'd see the day when you traveled with company. You really have grown. Elena Shupia. Elena what now? Alright. I was born Elena Shupia. I adopted a new name when I became a gleaner, one that adhered to Eastern Viera conventions, so as to avoid drawing attention. Given that this is a homecoming, it was only a matter of time before you found out. Nevertheless, I would appreciate it if you could continue using my chosen name. Of course. A homecoming. You know, I've been thinking of paying the old stamping grounds a visit myself. It would be good to see Kakiwa again? Kakiwa. She's the finest archer I know, Ellen Shupia's mother and mentor. Every time I drop by, she treats us to a veritable feast prepared with fresh game she'd hunted herself. You are impressive with the bow too, Iera, even among the Shatona. Oh, I couldn't compare to Kashiwa, but her skill at arms pales in comparison to her knowledge of nature. That's what earned her a place among Guhul Jaja's traveling companions, after all. She was always the inquisitive sort, but her journey across Tural lit a fire in her. Even after Elena Shipia was born, she often left him in my care so that she could embark on another expedition in search of the unknown. Oh, how you would cry and beg her to take you along. It must have been hard on you. Iera, please. What? We're all friends here, aren't we? No matter how many times he asks, the answer has always been the same. You can come when you prove you are a true explorer. Thus did she task me with finding the Golden City. Despite my best efforts, all paths led nowhere. I assumed it was but a dreamer's fancy, a ploy to goad me into experiencing the wider world. But it was real, and we found it. You found it? As part of the writing session, I assumed everyone had heard. That's amazing! Oh, she will be thrilled! And eager to bombard me with questions, no doubt. I'm gonna try something. I think this is the keybind. Yes. Let me. Oh. Well, we'll be on our way. So I'm just have an FPS tracker in the top now that I can see. Thank you so much. Oh. Help! I need help! What's that about? So I now have an FPS tracker that I added here in the top left for me to see, as well as the other performance numbers. And just to be able to see. So I'm getting 83, 84 FPS in cutscenes. Which is weird that I'm then getting absolutely chunked outside of it. What's that about? We'll investigate. Please wait here. Yeah, now that as soon as I'm outside of the cutscene, I'm down to 50 is here what it's reporting to me. Yeah, like about 50. Let's see. And here I'm down to like 40, 35. The weird thing is, like, I'm standing right now. I'm getting 45 FPS. My GPU is only capping out at like 75. No doubt, these are the infamous local bandits. Please, you have to help me. I've been robbed. It's Namika, Wuklamat's nursemaid. Erenville, Lucy. Come any closer and we'll slit her throat from ear to ear. If you have so much as a nick on her skin, you'll live to regret it. Oh yeah? Hold on. Did he say this is Wuklamat's nursemaid? Maybe this ain't such a good idea. Take the goods to the boss. We'll deal with this. Please. You have to give it back. I'm going after Namika. This lot I leave to you. Cocky bastard. I'll hang him by the ears and feed the old woman to the dogs. I would love to see you try. We can deal with them later. First, we need to put this one in the dirt. Thank you. I don't know what we would have done without you. The bandits managed to get away, but I have an idea of where they'd be headed. You said they stole something from you? A bracelet. It was a parting gift from Wuklamat. I see. Close as you two were, I can only imagine how much it meant to you. But what brings you all this way? With the right of succession ended, and Wuklamat crowned the next Dawn servant, she is ready to stand on her own. I told her as much, and my plans to return home to Yusalani, she gave me the bracelet that I might remember our time together. It filled me with such joy. I wanted everyone to know, everyone to see this wonderful gift to me by the vow of resolve, and now it's gone. I wouldn't have let them take every coin in my name, if only they had left me that bracelet. I would ask what you intend to do, but I know that look. I'll knock them senseless. It's what Wuklamat would want. Please, you mustn't put yourself in harm's way for my sake. I can assure you, no harm will come to us. Lucy will make certain of that. We won't get hurt. The enemies might, but we won't. I understand your methods can be brutal, but it would be wise to show some restraint, lest you find yourself on the wrong side of the law. Perhaps I should come as well, to be sure all proceeds as it should. I don't know what to say. I can see why Wuklamat put so much faith in you both. Before everything else, we'll see her back to Sheshenevezi Springs. She'll be safer in town, and with Iata there to keep an eye on her, we should have nothing to worry about. Thank you, both of you. This might horribly cause issues on no, never mind. I can't change the screen dimensions when in borderless. Try one thing. Where are you on that screen? Game? That's the wrong screen. Thank you. Frame rate wise, things seem better now that I'm running at a lower resolution. Sorry, stream, for getting sidetracked with what I'm doing at the moment. Also not reshade. I don't know. Henryville told me what happened. You needed wear the band Namika. If those bandits should find us, I'll kick up a fuss and see them driven off. That bracelet meant everything to her, and those bastards wouldn't even care if they knew. Makes me sick. But at least she's safe, and I'll know you'll set things right. Hi, Aston. Hi. Hi, Gibbon. Hi, Pippish. Hi. Hey. 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 You wanna move? Yes, you want it. There you go. No. You don't need attention right now. You've gotten attention earlier already several times. Braced for trouble. Arundwill's composed demeanor belies his eagerness to help Namika. Or belies? I think it says belies. Alright, let's go and recover that bracelet. While I have nothing but contempt for those bandits, as this involves a gift from Wuklamat, we must be mindful of how our actions might reflect on her. I doubt Namika would find joy in the return of said gift if it if lives were taken in the process. If it comes to violence, I ask you to stop short of killing them. The rest we can leave to the Dust Watch. Well now, that makes me think you're strong. Really strong. Are you? I may have saved the star on one occasion. You saved the star? That's a bold claim to make, but if true, that certainly speaks of your strength. If your curiosity has been sated, then please indulge mine. Is there anything you can tell us about these bandits? Let's see. Well, of late there's been talk about some unsavory types coming and going from Tonetenyawa to the southwest. Is that the old mining town that was abandoned? That's the one. Now that ceruleum extraction is a big business, no one wants to waste their time picking up the dried up veins there. Sounds like a perfect lair for bandits, not to mention that the one with the bracelet fled in that direction. So you've been investigating the place. I'll let the Dust Watch know, if you like. No, not yet. It would be best if we went alone. There's something I would like to ascertain, if you have no objections. Right then, let's be off. It seems the bandits have claimed this place for themselves. They've made no attempt to conceal their presence. How can the Dust Watch not have noticed by now? A question for another time. First, we must find the bracelet. I don't see the bandit who had it. Perhaps he's in one of the buildings. Ramshackle as they are? It should prove a simple thing to eavesdrop on anyone inside. If you would go and have a look about, I'll keep watch for trouble. Someone has redeemed to give Floof a treat. I guess Floof will get his attention after all. I'll do it as soon as I'm out of this area so I don't get murdered whilst I'm not paying attention. The bandits will not notice you here. You can safely eavesdrop on any inside. As you lean in to listen, you begin to pick up voices in the muffled chatter. To know where we would be without him. Probably shoveling sand, praying we'd strike it rich. Ain't that the truth? Only an idiot would work the mines with easier money to be had. Now when we've got a boss who can keep the Dusk Watch off our back. Hey. Hey, what would you say? The wind's got a way of carrying secrets to the wrong ear. Maybe so, but who'd ever believe one of them sainted soul was running our crew? The drunk who bought your story about the gold-shitting alpaca, am I right? Ah, You lean in to listen. A familiar voice rings out through the wall. Let me out of here, you bastard! Shut your mouth, you sniveling little brat. Make me! I'll get you all back for framing my friends. The vultures most of all. You tell him he can eat shit. How about we give you the chance to tell him yourself? We'll see how tough you are then. As you lean in to listen, you hear something entering the room on the other side. I've bought back a prize you're gonna love, boss. Have a look at this bracelet. Beautiful, ain't it? Bet it's made by a famous artisan. You idiot! How are we supposed to move something like this without attracting attention? Boss, please, please, I'm sorry. Reckon we could find a sailor who won't ask questions, sell it for a song? Here, your reward, and don't bring me this kind of grief again. I won't, boss. Thank you. Finished, are you? Let's retreat for now. You should be safer in the cutscene. So, see where Flip is. Yes? Put her up. Put her up. Come. Other side. Other side. Aston, stop headbutting me. There. There. You go. So, were you able to learn anything? Your leader is a man of the Dust Watch? That would explain why these bandits have been able to do as they please. And you say they gave the bracelet to him? It seems we have our work cut out for us. Did you hear anything else of note? Tekoa. That's the boy who confronted one of the officers in town, isn't it? And you say they threatened to take him to speak with the Vulture, her leader's ally, alias, no doubt. Fitting for a man who preys on the helpless. Well then, not only do we have a better idea of who is behind the recent rash of robberies in Husatawi, but we also know he has the bracelet. Retrieving it without bloodshed will prove difficult, though. If he is that quick to point a gun at his own underlings. We need to get him alone. That's right, if we confront him with his henchmen around, a violent outcome is all but guaranteed. I might have a plan. There's a small settlement to the southeast of here. Luvateniyawaswa. Wausa. Luvateninyawawas. Luvateninyawausa. Meet me there and I'll explain everything. What is it in complicated names, this expansion? If we were to retreat to blaze it without conflict, it won't be done barging in through the front door. We'll have to lure him out. To do that, we'll avail ourselves of Yahehe-Shihe, dragon-like creatures that live to the south of here. It's their breeding season, you see, and the males will flock to the scent of a female in heat. With a few ingredients and a sample of their feces, I can create an attractant that resembles this scent when burned. We can then lure... it's a giant surf. We can lure the Yehihisiya into the bandits' hideout, flushing out the Vulture and his gang. And while they're content with our flying friends, we can sneak in and search for the bracelet. I'm afraid I must ask you to collect the excrement. Whilst you see to that, I will go and procure the remaining ingredients. And before you say anything, I do not ask this because of any aversion to feces. It would simply be easier for me to find the specific species of wild plants we require. Here, take these 3 pouches, see them filled, and I'll handle the rest. You survey the area, but see no sign of Yehehesiya droppings. survey the area, but you see no sign of Yahahasia droppings. You find a pile of Yahahasia droppings and gingerly scoop them into your pouch. A small hemp sack full to bursting with leavings. Though you pray to the 12, it doesn't actually burst. Finished already, are we? Excellent, this will do nicely. Now that is left is to mix the feces with tumblecloth fibers, dried nopali tender root, and a generous helping of animal fat. Come, let's head back to Tonetanyawi. Everything's ready. Time to set our plan into motion. I just realized I want to try one thing. Let me do this. Yeah, there is like a 5 to 10 FPS difference when it's actually being on screen. But even that shouldn't, still shouldn't cause such a massive drop as it should. I don't know. Colonel Will's gaze is fixed on the bandits' hideout. A fair number appears to be gathering inside. Now's your chance. I'll keep watch from here. The attractant I'll leave to you. Toss it into the bonfire near the middle of the town, and the Yahahasia will come soon after. Oh, you cunt. What's that smell? reeks. What did you put in the fire? Wasn't me, I swear. Did something die? Someone wanna explain that ungodly stench to me? But boss, over there. Huh? What in the world? Ah! Run for your lives! So the smoke's what drew him here. I swear when I find out who did this... I'd say our friends have stirred up enough trouble. Time to retrieve the bracelet. Hey, what's going on out there? I'm still in this cage, in case you forgot. I'm still in here, in case you forgot. Sit tight, we'll be back for you. What? You're gonna get me out of here now? They're gonna kill me. I'm begging you, please. Shh, they'll hear you. Shit. Who was that? Hey, are you gonna help me or what? The bracelet must wait. Let's break him out and withdraw for now. Yeah, I saw. I was just waiting for a cutscene to end. Let's see if Flute wants a treat. Considering he just came zooming at me at approximately Mach 2, I'm gonna go ahead and say yes, he does. That would be a mystery if he's all treated out, because he will want as many treats as he can get. Hi, Aston. All that effort and naught to show for it. Sorry about that. But damn, I didn't think anyone would have the balls to take on the vulture. No need to apologize. We were planning to save you, eventually. Really? And I don't even know who you are. You secret admirers of mine or something? No. I'm just having fun with you, but I do appreciate the help. This man they call the Vulture. I've seen his face before. Was he not the officer you confronted in town? The one and the same. When he's not masquerading as a gang leader, he serves as deputy chief of the Dustwatch. That would explain why the bandits are so confident they can avoid capture. You're trying to get back something the Vulture stole, right? Let me help. It's the least I can do after you bailed me out of there. I have an idea where he hid his sash. His cash. Reckon he's heading there now, too. We can go together? Let's get a score to... I've got a score to settle with him myself. I don't doubt that you do, but we need to know what it is first. Will you tell us? Right. So, those bandits at Tonaten Yahweh, they're called the Daybreakers. And it was me and my friends that found the group. But it wasn't a gang of cutthroats. Not back then. We just wanted to protect people who couldn't protect themselves. Kids being harassed by bullies, workers being exploited by the mining concerns, folks who needed help to even the odds. It was 3 years ago. And whenever we found someone scheming in the shadows, we settled matters the way we knew how. With a duel. I see. By old laws, anyone who loses in a duel must be held to account for the crimes, even those in position of authority. And we made damn sure they did, every time. Before we knew it, our small bands of friends commanded a force to be reckoned with. Then, about a year ago, the Vulture and his thugs showed up. They got the better of us and took over the Daybreakers. Everyone was afraid of him, so they did his bidding without question. But when he showed them how they could make a fortune easily, that was when he really won them over. Now the Daybreaker is nothing but a bunch of bandits and cutthroats who prey on the people it was created to protect. I talked it over with my friends, Quicana and Livine, and we all agreed the only way to stop him was to challenge him to a duel. And he accepted. I still remember how he gloated that he would win. But when the day came, he showed up with the Dustwatch and they had my friends arrested and charged of robbery. As if that wasn't enough, he set their bail at a price no one could ever hope to pay. With them locked away, there was no one left to help me. None of my old friends from the Daybreakers, and certainly not the Dustwatch. And that's why you were ready to challenge him in the middle of town. I was, until that guy with the spear stopped me. No sooner that I stepped out of town than the Vulture's minion caught me by surprise. They took me prisoner. Then, well, you know the rest. You said the Dustwatch would be of no help. Are they all working for the Vulture then? No, not all of them. The sheriff, Kamaka, he is as honest as can come. A staunch keeper of the peace. Problem is, he's a little too trusting and doesn't suspect a thing. If it were my words against the deputy chief, who do you think you'd believe? Well, if he knows where this vulture keeps his spoils, perhaps he can help us recover Namika's bracelet. What do you think? For what it's worth, I have a plan, but I can't do it alone. A plan? All I ask is that you hear me out, but not here. I'll be waiting for you at Chesanevezi Springs. Guess we can decide what to do after he gives us the pitch. Good, you're here. This is where he hides his loot. I expect he'll show up soon. I will go and refill my drink. I will be right back. Hey, and I am back again. Aaron will look expectantly at Vihute. Well, well, look who it is. Storing stolen goods here seems risky, but I suppose it's an option for someone with his authority. Yeah, he moves his spoils to cerulean barrels, where no one would think to look. They're mixed in with regular shipments of fuel to L'Oreal, where they're sold off. It said, you said he stole a bracelet of yours, right? If he knows you're on his tail, chances are he'll be eager to get what he can for it. But I doubt he'll trust a lackey with that business. Given the provenance of the piece, no. I'll wager he's getting that bracelet out of his sight till he's not letting that bracelet out of his sight until he's got coin in his hand. I wasn't sure what to make of you after Husatawi, but I'm glad to see you're more than an impulsive child. Well, not my finest hour, I'll admit. But there's a lesson in that. The vulture's a slippery bastard. If we're going to catch him, we need to back him into a corner with hard evidence. That's my plan. First, we need to lure him away from here. Over to Husatawi would be ideal. For that, I need one of you to help me. This will buy time for the others to search the barrel for any stolen goods. And using that, we'll expose him as a criminal. There's no way to tell if Vihute is carrying the bracelet, but regardless, there will be time enough to find it once he's behind bars. But won't he simply feign innocence? Oh, he'll try. And that's when I'll challenge him to a duel. A duel? That approach didn't work out so well for your friends, as I recall. True, but unlike before, I'll challenge him in front of the whole town. That way he won't be able to wriggle out of it like before. Every man, woman and child in the wilds understands the importance of duels and the old law. The deputy chief would never disgrace himself by refusing. But wouldn't you be breaking the law by using a firearm in town? It's not as if we're using live rounds, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. What's important to me is that I get him to duel with as many witnesses as possible. When he loses, and he will lose, it will be the end of the vulture. The plan is not without flaws, but what do you think? I say let's Sakawa have his duel. Thanks. I sure was lucky running into the two of you. You won't regret this, I promise. If you are satisfied, then so am I. I knew I could count on you. I've seen in Ponatenyawi, so it's probably best I stay and search the barrels. Then you come with me. Tell the vulture I tried to rob you, but you managed to overpower me. Even if he suspects a trap, he won't be able to resist taking the bait. You want to buy your friend as much time as possible and make your way to Husatahawi. Once you got the vulture there, I'll take care of the rest. Alright then, let's go. The Yehekaya were likely the Shitona's doing. What's his angle? And then there's that brat. It's past time I dealt with him. Duty is oblivious to your presence. Perhaps the gentle Pope will get his attention. What is it? What's this? Ah, an unfamiliar face in these parts. Have you need of the dust watch, miss? What? Zagoa tried to rob you, but you apprehended him? I see. So desperate was he to see his friends free from prison, he turned into a life of crime. How awful. You have my sincerest thanks, miss. Might I trouble you to take me to him? About the Shesanawi Springs. Not that it's an appropriate time for me to play tour guide, but if you insist. Sheshanawezi Springs is home to a thriving cerulean mining industry. The prospect of easy coin has attracted some undesirables, though. Is this the place? I don't see him. Just a little further. I see. Very well. Lead on. There's gold in these fields. Blue gold. Ahem. Beware of the beasts in these parts. They may prefer to snack on ceruleum, but for you, I reckon they'll make an exception. Is this the place then? Sorry, I'm still learning my way around. Is this some sort of joke of all the... Let's keep moving. I don't know. I don't think so, but it sounded kind of like it. This better be the place. My patience is wearing awfully thin, miss. If he isn't at the next place we stop, I may be forced to do something you and I both dearly regret. Unless you'd rather feed you one raw, needles and all, cut the chit-chat. Alright, where is he? I don't see him anywhere. Where is Sekoa? Tell me where he is, or I'll bury you in the same grave. Goodness me, where could he have gone? That's it. I've had it with these games, and I've had it with you. Hey, Vihute, you looking for me? If you want to place me under arrest, you'll have to work a little harder. You'll be begging for a cell by the time I'm done with you.
Wahute! Finally caught up to me, I see.
Well, well, if it isn't our young outlaw. You've taken up stealing, I'm told. Can't say I'm surprised about that, but I am surprised that you'd offer yourself up to be arrested.
Sorry to disappoint, but you're the one who's going to answer for their crimes today.
Hey, that's my jewelry!
In my bag! So you found the stolen goods. That's fine work.
This barrel was at Shisenuetsi Springs, mixed in with others bound for Tuliola. The Landsguard would have presumed it part of the regular cerulean shipments and waved it through. And once it reached its destination, it would have been retrieved, and its contents sold for coin.
The audacity. Do we know who's behind this?
As fortune would have it, I spied the leader of this operation being handed one of the stolen items. A bracelet, which Vau Wuklamat had intended for her nursemaid, Namika.
It was from the Vow of Resolve?
Oh, you've seen it then?
No, no, never. And if I knew who had it, I would have arrested the scoundrel.
Oh, come off it. I saw you with the bracelet.
What's the meaning of this, Wahute?
It's a setup, sir. I have the bracelet, yes, but I only 'cause I found it. I swear. They're the real criminals. They concocted this scheme to frame me, so they could get me out of the picture.
If you feel your honor's at stake, there's always the old-fashioned way. The law which folks have used to settle their differences for generations.
You don't mean...
Wahute, I challenge you to a duel. The winner is right, the loser is wrong. Doesn't get simpler than that.
Yeah, have at it!
Let your pistols do the talking!
Please, do you honestly believe you can goad me into playing your game?
You refuse then? A baby alpaca's got more fight than you.
All right, boy. But remember, you asked for this.
Come on, Zakawa! Give him what for!
Shouldn't we stop him, Chief? Even if it's just rubber bullets, we're in the middle of town.
Be quiet. Just watch.
Of course, there had to be tumbleweeds. No. That's what you fucking deserve.
Looks like you've gotten slow in your old age, vulture.
You and I are going to have a long talk.
I apologize for dueling in the middle of town. If you want to lock me up, then lock me up. But please, let my friends go. They've done nothing wrong.
You drew your gun within town limits. But Wihute drew first. Far as I'm concerned, you acted in self-defense. You're free to go. As are your friends.
Ah, you're not such a bad guy after all.
Just a man of the wilds, like you. But to think that Wihute had taken control of the Daybreakers, it pains me that it happened right under my nose.
What are you gonna do about his crew? Some of them are still in Tonatenui.
Those who have broken the law will be taken into custody. But those who haven't will be given the chance to resume walking the straight and narrow. What about you, Zekua? What do you intend to do now?
Why, what I've always done. Protect the weak and help the helpless. The old-fashioned way.
Here, this was Vawuk Lamott's gift for someone, wasn't it?
Yes, a person very dear to her.
I suppose this is where we go our separate ways. My thanks again for your help apprehending the vulture.
That ended up being rather more complicated than expected, but all's well that ends well. Phew! Finally, it's over. I couldn't have brought him to justice without your help. I don't know what I would, how I'll ever repay you. You know what? I think this is a good place to end it today. Going for 12 hours now. And I'm starting to feel it in my throat again, talking so much again today. I'll see if I can figure out what's going on with my FPS. And maybe sort things out. But either way, I'll be on a little bit later tomorrow. Because I won't be able to stream early. I have to do some other things. But I will be on basically as soon as I can, at least, to continue with the story, because we're not done yet. Anyway, again, thank you very much to anyone that has been watching, and I hope to see you again on the next stream. Thank you, and bye-bye.